There it is. Okay, that's a weird unsettling degree of lag. That's going to be really uncomfortable to see. Is there a way to view? Okay, that's what I want. Pop out chat. Perfect. Hey Steve, are you able to hear me? Test. Okay. Fair enough, Steve. As to what this is, it is one of my favorite video games. I previously streamed the first 8 or 10 hours on Discord. The first half of that is uploaded to YouTube. The second half is actually uploading right now. So, yeah. So there appears to be about 15 to 20 seconds between of delay between my doing things and them showing up here. So like right now, like if I look at what's on the screen to what's on the other screen, there's a significant delay between them, and that's a little disorienting to get used to. But as long as things are in sync for you guys, I'm gonna try to ignore the video so I don't get distracted by it, but keep an eye on the chat. That's why I have a second screen set up. Also, hi Alan. I don't know if I knew that your name is Alan. And it is 7, and we've got at least a couple of people here. So I'm gonna get started. Since Steve is new, very briefly what has happened so far in this game. Oh, third person. Hi, Benny. Oh, I'm sorry. I should not have mentioned that. Would you prefer me to call you... Actually, what would you prefer me to call you? You use a couple different names and different things. But yeah, let's, pause. Very brief summary. Oh, hello. Hello, everybody who just came in and said hello. Very brief summary of where we are right now. So, there was a war between humans and evil alien conquerors named the Ur-Quan, who had an army of slaves. During that war, a group of humans got stranded on a planet where they found an ancient alien factory. It took them 20 years to get it up and running and build a single ship, which they sent to Earth. We are the crew of that ship. When we arrived at Earth, we found that the good guys lost the war. Earth was enslaved and given the option to be trapped forever under this little bubble of a shield with only one space station existing to service the Ur-Quan, or the entire human race would be enslaved and help the Ur-Quan conquer others. Humanity chose to be trapped. Different races in the Alliance chose different things. Since then, we've been exploring, meeting people who were involved in the old war, meeting new people we didn't know about before, and slowly uncovering the mystery of what happened and what's going on now, and having interactions with a lot of very silly aliens in the process. It's basically a space opera with a really solid plot and a really kinda silly, funny dialogue writing. Anyway, where we left off, we had reunited the last surviving Shofixti male with the last surviving Shofixti females. They are the most poorly written characters in the game because they're a horrible racist caricature of Japanese people, and it's the one major stain on an otherwise great game. And we were waiting around for the news that their species had been restored. Meanwhile, the Pakunk are barreling at full speed to essentially commit suicide by attempting to reunite with the Yehat that they schismed from centuries ago and hate them. On with the game. And I did a little bit of off-screen resource gathering while I waited for the Shofixti thing to happen.
Welcome back, Captain. I have some information I think you should hear. The Shofixti have returned. Their ships can now be built in our shipyards. With their vast numbers swelling our ranks, we won't have to worry about running out of able-bodied crew. And I'm sure their volunteers will reduce the cost for new crew.
That, even worse than their accent. The single most racist thing about the Shofixti is that bit of dialogue right there. We reunited the last male and the last females a few months ago, game time. And they already have vast numbers, and their lives are so cheap that the cost of recruiting crew is permanently lowered for the rest of the game. And I remind you again, horrifying racist caricature of Asian people. The 80s and early 90s.
Captain, you are to be commended. Keep up the good work. Try to avoid getting gruesomely killed, Captain.
I don't remember what my ship has at the moment. 100 crew, a couple storage bays. Oh yeah, I don't need 2 storage bays anymore. I'm sorry. Which part? Oh. I mean, it's just the part that shows my current fuel. Is that really important? I feel like that's less important than covering up, like, part of the actual gameplay screen. All that's up there is that it's being covered is my name, the name of my ship, how many landers I have, and my current fuel, and what ships and modules I've got. Alright. I mean, I could move it. I feel like anywhere else I could possibly put it is worse. Okay, I think I'm good. And it's time to buy a single Shofixty ship. To the left? Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe? Let me see. I do believe I can. That's better. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Shofixty ships are garbage in combat. They are a candidate for the worst ship in the game. Okay. One second. I forgot my star, my quasi-space portal map. I mean, I can at least go out to quasi-space while I'm finding that. Here we go. Okay. Okay. I want to go to Yehat space. That is portal H, which is the lower right, which I actually probably could have remembered given a moment's thought about it. to any given random location in that general area of space. Whee! Major things this game has going for it. The great plot, great writing, solid combat and gameplay for the time, though resource gathering is a bit of a grind, especially early on. And fantastic music. I love the soundtrack to this game, and the hyperspace music is one of my favorites. Major flaws are it's actually pretty difficult, especially for new players. And everything about the show fixed. Also, some of the voice acting is garbage. But, I mean, early 90s game with voice acting, that's pretty rare.
What am I seeing on my view screen? It's none other than the flattened old face of our friend the human. But, oh, ally, are you not knowing that we, the Yehat, are allied with the Ur-Quan now? And your presence outside the slave shield and in an armed starship are clear violations of your oath of fealty. Whatever shall we do? It just isn't the right thing to kill you, human, but as a loyal member of my clan, I must obey the wishes of our queen.
Yeah, they voiced the Yehat as Scottish. Due to the lag, I feel like it would take way too much time to continue the practice of asking you guys what I should pick. So I'm just gonna do it.
Your words are flying in the face of the fact, human. We are no longer being your allies. But unlike the nobles of our homeworld, we of the Starship clans are bereaved at this course of events. The Queen's decision to be joining the hierarchy pains us. As much as my heart cries to aid ye valiant human, I cannot. Each of us is sworn first to our queen, who has commanded us to treat ye as an enemy of the crown.
So one of the bits of backstory that we kind of skimmed past is that the Yehat quote-unquote uplifted the Shofixti, i.e. gave them starfaring technology and basically treated them, well, honestly, patronizingly, and yeah. So that's why I waited until after we'd restored the Shofixti to do this.
We should be under the same wing, but damn your eyes! Our queen has given the Ur-Quan our allegiance, and there is nothing I could be doing about it now!
Oh shit. I guess I didn't realize that was a conversation terminator. That is a pretty great idea, Matthew. Benny, yes. They did everything they could think so to make the Shofixti as horrifying a caricature of Asian people as they could think of.
However much we may disagree with them. We were not defeated, human. Never. Never in the 2,000 years of the deep-knit queens have the Yehat ever suffered a defeat. It is this fact alone that is making our loyalty to the Queen so strong. This is the unbreakable bond that keeps the clans together. When the Ur-Quan were entering our home star system at Gabel Serpentis, we had 1,000 starships prepared to defend our home. And then the Queen, she allied with the Ur-Quan, and the fight is over before it even began.
I mean, even among dorks, this isn't a super well-known game, but it would be pretty entertaining.
If this is being a true thing, there will be many changes. We are a species long ways in the ways of defeat. You must be proving these words you say, Captain. Send the show fixed to us as a way of proof. We're scanning the separation of a vessel from your fleet, Captain, and indeed its configuration matches that of a show fixed scout vessel. This had better not be a trick, Captain. We are knowing the power of a glory device, and if you detonate the weapon near us, the price for you shall be dear. Very dear. The scout has docked, and we await the pilot's appearance at the airlock. The atmosphere cycle is complete. The door slides open. It's true! The show fixed the alive! Look at that dark muzzle, those shining black eyes, the sweet claws! Our children have returned from oblivion! But now we are faced with the cruelest truth. We who have sacrificed our honor, we who have lain with the enemy, we are not worthy. We are nothing. We are less than nothing. But wait, we're the Sparty. We're the Yehat of the Starship Clouds. We will not let this lie any longer. Listen, as I speak these words. If our queen makes the dishonorable command, then it is the queen who has no honor. And the dishonorable queen is no queen at all. We, the Zeep, are the only clan who remember the true meaning of honor. We shall tear the queen from her throne. The 2,000-year reign of the Zeep queens is over. The revolution has begun!
So there are now 2 Yehat spaces representing the 2 different factions. When I'm in the overlap region, there's an essentially random chance that any given one I run into will be either, a rebel or a loyalist. And if it's a loyalist, I have to fight them. And they are actually pretty obnoxious to fight. But hopefully this is a rebel.
Human, you shall never
nope,
fully
loyalist.
comprehending the damage you're doing now to our Yehat culture. For fully 2,000 years there's been peace between the clans, and now you have cast the ancient seed of dissension between our beaks. The bloody wars of ascension are renewed, and you are the cause, Captain. While the Zeep traitors may be your allies, Captain, I can be assuring you that we of the Zeep Starship clan are wanting nothing more dearly than your death.
Guess I'm fighting them.
Revolution? You compliment yourself unnecessarily, Captain. This is nothing more than a band of thugs trying to undo the peace of 100 generations. We will roast the traitors in their ships and crack the eggs in their clan homes so that never again will the Zeep criminals be flying through our stars.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
The pain and suffering of this useless conflict are being nothing but a tragic waste of life. Congratulate yourself, Captain. The source of all this death and misery is yourself. Now ye must pay for your crimes, human.
I mean, they are pretty tough, but my ship is too. Especially if for some reason they don't use... Ah, there's my shield. Don't know why they didn't on that first attack. I guess because they wanted to. Damn it. Yeah, this isn't going that great. I've already lost 40. They seem... Yep. They seem to always let the first shot through after a change in our relative positions. Exploitable AI glitch? Or possibly something deliberately put in. Because if the computer flew them perfectly, they would be virtually unbeatable. It may just be that they randomly sometimes fail to get their shield up in time. I also keep underestimating their range. If you can create enough fire around them, you can force them to use up their shield. Fuck. Okay, I'm getting out of here. Come on, 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 come on! Oh god, there's a lot of them. So that didn't go so well. It's a good thing there's nobody in this game who can follow me into quasi-space. Yeah, it's such a great little detail. And it was even already present in the first game in the 80s. And I was trying to say with the Gratuitous, yeah, if you surround them with enough afterburner fire, you can force them to use up their shield. And then they die. Because the Gratuitous are the best PvP ship in this game. Hands down. Fortunately, the AI sucks at them. Also, fortunately, it's possible to make... Outside of PvP, you can make the flagship so utterly broken. Nope. The Bakunker's still headed straight for the Yehat.
Greetings, Captain.
Oh.
Return
I didn't
soon.
need him. Although, actually... Never need that ship again. Yes, it is possible in the main story to get the Gratuitous to join you. I'm not sure if it's possible anymore. But I could go try. When I say not sure it's possible anymore, I mean just that. I don't know if it's still possible. They are very mad at me about taking the Aqua Phoenix. Let's go find out. So it looks like the closest to them is this one? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that just now, Benny, but the Bakunker's still inching towards the Yehat. There is nothing else to do in Yehat space. Except, like, you can talk to Yehat ships, and they'll tell you how the war is going. The revolutionaries will sometimes give you free ships, which is a good source of resource points.
it's you, the thief, the skulking little human weasel. We should not have left the Aqua Helix planet unguarded. You have shown us a weakness in ourselves, and for that we thank you. But we desire the return of the Helix, since I suspect you won't give it willingly. Eat flaming death, you grainy sucking pig.
Okay. There we go. See, the AI doesn't know how to fly a Gratuitous ship properly, which is good, because it would be nigh unbeatable if it did. It uses the overdrive as a way of getting close to you, and then attacks you with the actual weapon. The way you fly the Gratuitous is by zipping in circles on overdrive around people so that they crash into the exhaust, like that. Even then, in single player, a well-powered, well-constructed flagship is just too OP for them. Alright, if this gets the same dialogue, that means it's no longer possible to recruit them.
Stupid human, you are arrogant and absurd. You took our wonderful, ancient, sacred Aqua Helix and refused to return.
This is different.
This makes us mad, extremely mad. Prepare to meet thy doom, alien thief.
Nope. You can still get the Helix if you recruit them. You just tell them to go attack the Ur-Quan's enemies the same way we did it ourselves. There's also one other way to get them out of the way. But yeah, they will not give it to you willingly, even if you recruit them. And once you take it, if you ally with them before taking it, once you take it, they break off the alliance, and you can no longer build their ships. I'd also like to note that I have not actually played PvP in this game, or really used the Gratuitous ship, since the early 2000s. I do not know if I can still fly them as well as I once did. I hope so. I mean, I doubt as well as I once did. I hope I can still do it pretty well. But also, as you can see, I've not been... You know, it's been years since I played this game, and I've not been doing that great. This is the same dialogue, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that cinches it. There's no way to recruit them now.
This makes us mad, extremely mad. Prepare to meet thy doom, alien thief.
I'm not sure what you're asking. The pilot image is determined by species. So it's the same for all Gratuitous, but like it's something different for Ur-Quan. Yeah, it looks like there is no longer any way to recruit them once you've stolen it. Too bad. So what do I want to do next? Oh, I know what I want to do next. I know exactly what I want to do next. First, let's stop quickly by Earth to refill fuel and crew. We don't need it that badly, but I'm about to head into the... That is the wrong star. I'm about to head into the strongest fight we've faced so far. Actually, it just occurred to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, stuff like that is why I'm not very confident I could fly the Thradish as well as I used to. Although it really does seem to be less bad in the combat screen than the non-combat flying. Anyway. Can I afford another Shiva Furnace? I can. Blah ha ha. Cannot afford another tracking device though. That's okay. Nope! I'm going home. The planet that we were stranded on, where this ship was constructed. What do you mean again? Did I already go there in this playthrough? If I already went there in this playthrough, then never mind. I must have forgotten I already did that. If that's the case, then I'm actually going to go visit, No. I don't think the prior Let's Play ever got that far. I think by the end of the first... You're right, we did! And by the end of the first episode of this... By the end of the first episode of this stream, I'd already caught up to the old one. A and E. And A doesn't exist right now. There we go. There's a piece of dialogue I need to get from the Araloo. There's actually a couple other places in the game you can get it, but they're both already gone. I'm in Araloo space, right? Yes. Excellent. It's only a matter of time before one shows up. So yeah, I'm going to talk to the Araloo. See if I can get that one piece of dialogue from them that I need. Aha! About time.
Did you desire this meeting, Captain, or did we? The enemy of your enemy is your friend, at least for a time. You already know more than is appropriate. In fact, you You may represent an unfortunate complication. You have been in the stars for much time. Do you seek the doorway, or are you just passing through? Remember, you can only go over naturally for the 3 days it is open. How to find it? Look on your star map from 17 through 20. The variable star shall be your guide. Farewell, child.
Okay. Hopefully we can get this from the next one. I am aware that I'm wasting fuel. I don't really care. Resources are no longer a problem now that the Yehat Rebellion has begun. I can just skim off them. Yes! Yes, I am. Do I have to go to the homeworld for that? I thought it was from Shix, not the homeworld. Well, damn, I'm just forgetting everything I already did. Alright. I'm gonna trust you on that. And I'm gonna go visit the Zokfot Pick homeworld, which I don't believe we've ever been to. Yeah, I'm going to do that in the same trip. No, I've not encountered the Mycon yet. They don't have a sphere on the star map. Wait. Why are only some of them named? That's really weird. Oh, it's up there. Okay.
It is the alien from the Tenjessu's Alliance.
Just look at those weapon pods on this ship.
We hope that during this visit, we can make clear to your species the benefits of a mutual assistance pact.
But we're also armed to the teeth, so don't try stealing our atmosphere or anything sneaky like that.
The Zokfots are one of my favorite races in the game. Huh. It's not going to sync up in the video, but we said that at almost the exact same time, Matthew.
We had a close call last week.
One of those black ships was snooping around the system.
But before it got to our world, one of the green ships warped in, destroyed the black vessel, and then left immediately.
We got lucky.
No, we have nothing new to report.
Nope, not a thing.
Wonderful. We accept.
Hooray!
How marvelous.
Yeehaw!
Captain, we are delighted that your people have made this choice.
Now we won't get slaughtered.
In exchange for our cooperation helping you with captains and ship designs, all that we ask for is your protection.
So we don't get slaughtered.
We shall begin fulfilling our commitment at once. We will transport officers and our Stinger design to your base immediately.
Why, heck, maybe I'll even make the trip to your planet. I'd make a good starship captain. Captain, I'm pretty darn mean in a fight, and there ain't nobody better than me with a thrusty stinger tongue attack.
That sounds really dirty. Probably intentionally.
Sure, what do you want to know?
Just ask away.
Not much, to tell the truth.
This space exploration stuff is kind of new to us.
Besides the green alien ship
Which have only tried to kill us,
and the black alien ship,
which have actually been quite successful at killing us.
the only other starships we have encountered are strange tumbling red probes, which profess to be on a peaceful mission.
But then attack like slavering Zabrankies.
We believe that the probes are actually robotic scouts which have suffered some kind of malfunction resulting in their aberrant behavior.
We already did this.
What's worse, they are multiplying.
Yes, that's true. The probes seem to be replicating at a geometric rate.
Hey! That means if there was only one last week, then next month, wait a minute, let me calculate. That means next month there'll be a whole mess of those things.
By backtracing the probe's course path, we have been able to calculate that the source of the probe is somewhere on a direct line that includes our star and Epsilon Muscae.
Go get 'em, Captain.
That's obviously, I mean, not obviously, that's honestly the best clue in the game for where the Slilandro are. Speaking of hard to find things in this game, the beast that Admiral Zex wants, that we got last time, the only clear clue in the game to where that's located, you have to recruit the Thradash to get.
Cultural exchange. A good idea.
Yeah, let's tell 'em about Frungy.
The quiet with duels? He asked a serious question. He doesn't want to know about Grungy.
How do you know? What makes you so smart? You never even asked him if he wants to know about Frungy. Why, I'll bet right now he's wondering, what is this wonderful sport Frungy? How is it played? What kind of equipment do you need to play Frungy? And I wonder who's heading the Frungy Championship.
Will you shut up about Grungy? If you say another word about that stupid game, I'm going to lose control and blow a cloud of spores at you.
Yeah, okay. Don't blow your stack. I won't mention Frungy again. I promise.
Well, Captain, as you can probably see, our culture's predominant trait, its greatest strength and weakness, is the diverse interactions between Dot, Spot, and Pick.
Frungy!
When I was a kid, I wrote up rules for Frungy. I don't care how they pronounce it in the voiced version of the game. It will forever be Frungy to me. I remember that it involved 17 teams of 13 people each, and one ball, and there was one player on each team who could pick up their goal and move it around as they pleased. And your goal was to knock the ball into another team's goal, causing them to lose points. So the scores were always negative.
The Stinger is the peak of our technological prowess.
It's totally awesome.
These vessels are cheap to build and can be quite effective in short-range combat.
They turn on a small round thing that's real small.
Remember, though, against most ships, the Stinger must close distance immediately and give unrelenting tongue attacks until either the enemy or the Stinger are destroyed.
Yeah, the tonguing is the best part.
Nope.
Not a word.
That guy in the back is also, the design used for a talking pet in the Star Control 1 manual. They completely changed the design for this game. Talking pets never actually appeared in Star Control 1, the game, just in the manual. They completely changed the design for this game, and I guess reused the old design for the guy in the back.
Our past? Quite a broad topic for this short conversation, but I'll share a key piece of our history with you.
After we killed off the last of Frankie, we faced an interesting question.
I love this dialogue sequence.
Establish a culture which would advance in art, technology, and social sophistication.
Or should we just go back
Yes!
to the forest
Yes, it is a joke.
and enjoy ourselves, knowing that as the Frankie wasn't going to jump out of the bush and eat us?
Well,
Also, the guy in the back, if I remember correctly, according to the game code, the guy in the back is the
had a
font.
great time.
Then, one stormy day, a Zoc, a fox, and a pet were walking up a steep path looking for something good to eat when a bolt of lightning struck nearby. With a huge flash of light, the bolt of energy carved a strangely shaped chunk of granite out of a cliff.
It was a disc with a hole in the middle. As the rock began to roll down the hill toward the three terrified beings, some dry grass got caught in its hole. And since the rock was still hot, the grass caught on fire.
When the rock finally got to the Zoc, the fox, and the pet, they simultaneously discovered the wheel, fire, and religion, thus catapulting them on the road of progress.
Which has led us to this day, Captain. Oh, how did the flaming wheel give religion to our culture, you ask?
I will explain. You see, when it got to the threesome, the flaming wheel was going at a pretty good clip, and it ran smack into the Zoc, killing him.
The fox and the pit felt so bad. They really liked that Zoc, that they decided the Zoc hadn't really died when the wheel flattened him. He had just gone to a better place.
Presumably one without lethal flaming wheels.
Which, of course, is also a joke, because if you've read your Bible, heaven does in fact have lethal flaming wheels.
Anything else? Goodbye, Captain.
See ya!
Okay. Next up on our little tour, let's start the whole Cyrene Mycon thing. Well, okay, that's true. They're probably not lethal to the people in heaven, but there's still flaming wheels. Specifically, I think it was the angel that carried Elijah to heaven, if I remember right. It was all wreathed in flames and made of wheels, and it's where the phrase "wheels within wheels" comes from. That is an Ur-Quan following me. Whee! Another slave shield. I wonder who lives here.
Attention, unidentified space vessel. Be warned. This slave world and its inhabitants belong to the Ur-Quan. I am Starbase Commander Talana of the slave planet Gaia.
I mean,
Ship is not
he took a one-way trip to heaven.
Identification sequences.
There's a word for that.
Therefore classed as independent. And what? Is my monitor display correct? Is that a human commanding that vessel? Who are you?
I know, like, in the Bible and at Passover, there's a whole big deal made about that being somehow different, but I don't really see the distinction. I'm going to play this bit relatively straight.
Hello Has the slave shield been lifted from Earth? Are the Ur-Quan finally defeated? Simply put, Captain, what do you want from us?
Talana's complicated for me because I feel like she sits right on the edge between being a parody of the, like, Amazon Space Princess thing and just being a straightforward example of it.
Look, friend, I appreciate your offer, but we don't want your help. Why? I'll tell you why. Because
There's
we're
definitely
going
some
to
slave
do
Leia in the
to
mix.
antagonize the Ur-Quan. That's why. We may not like
Also,
it,
the
but it's
Orion
a
slave
damn
girl
sight
from
better than alternatives.
the first episode
For now,
of
we have a beautiful world. Maybe it's not
TOS.
Syra, but at
Or the
least
first
it's
pilot.
a home. That's a lot more than we ever had before the war. Before the Ur-Quan became our masters.
But, I mean, the Wonder Woman crown, definitely Space Amazon.
When the Ur-Quan conquered us over 20 years ago, I was only a young girl living in Habitat 31. My older sister...
It is the
Joanna
one
was
that took me the
officer in
longest
Space
time to
Patrol.
figure
She was
out.
part of
The
final
first time I beat the game,
defense.
I actually was not able to do it.
When the Ur-Quan caught us in open space,
I had to
we all
wait
thought
for
we
the
were going
Korra
die.
to
Then,
genocide the
after
Mycon.
The Ur-Quan offered us a choice. We could
Before
join
I could beat the
ranks of
game.
their combat patrols, or we could be slave shielded in our homeworld. Like the people of Earth, we chose peace. We became fallow slaves. When the Ur-Quan told us to return to our homeworld, we explained that we had none. Ur-Quan Master 9 explained that they had encountered this situation before, and if we would provide them with a list of our requirements, they would use their extensive astronomical data stores to find a planet for us. So we told them about Syra, about the color of its sky, about the abundant life forms, about the fertility of the soil and seas. Less than an hour later, we received a terse message from Master 9. We were to proceed to these coordinates and disembark. This was to be our new home. But our new world, Gaia, was everything we described. We've been searching for a home planet for 75 years, and in the end, it was our enemies who gave one to us. I grew up on a small island off the main continent, and like all of my people, we lived each day under the sick, red glow of the slave shield. When the Ur-Quan arrived 7 years ago to refurbish and recruit the Starbase, I was selected as the new commander. When we first met your people, we've been wandering through the stars for almost 75 years, ever since the death of Syra.
We are going to find out what happened to Sierra.
We joined your alliance, and I use the word join loosely, because we had no other choice. The Fox were raiding our slow habitat columns. and
No,
we
actually,
fought
Talana tells you.
We fought for survival, Captain. Nothing more. When your people on Earth were defeated, the Alliance just plain fell apart. The Yehat and Shofixi retreated to their native stars and didn't want us to follow. The Ariru, those creepy little weasels, just plain bugged out. Vanished, leaving us alone, with nowhere to go, smack in the path of the oncoming Ur-Quan Armada. What were we supposed to do? Fight? 2/3 of our habitat fleet was unarmed. Many aren't even
I mean, they basically are.
We were going to be annihilated if we resisted.
But honestly, out of all the generic green space babes in science fiction, they're probably my favorite.
Or die.
I mean, the Orions are the generic green space babes.
In exchange, they gave us Gaia, the planet below. It's a beautiful world, Captain. I wish I could show it to you. So don't misunderstand me. We love our freedom as much as anybody else. But we've got a good life here, and we don't want to lose it.
So, one kind of inconsistency is that, I mean, you guys saw last time how the Ur-Quan reacted to me showing up after having met the talking pet. The idea of somebody out there having mind control powers terrifies them, to the point that they let us leave alive. And yet, here the Siren are, they steal crew from enemy ships, and it's like flavored as they're mind controlling the crew into joining them.
Like I said before, Captain, we would like to help, but we are unwilling.
And yet the Ur-Quan did this instead of, you know, freaking out.
Compelling reason for us to get involved. You're on your own. Our species are almost identical.
Prepare for pseudo-historical bullshit.
It's just a coincidence. Our bodies are very similar, Captain. Except for certain parts. Our cultural development is also mostly parallel. Like you Earthlings, we evolved a society from primitive tribes whose main function was to protect themselves from the large reptiles native to our old world. The main difference between our two sets of cultures, the split in the paths of our development, occurred in what would have been your prehistory, say 5000 BCE. In your world, the agricultural communities were conquered by the more primitive, but also more aggressive migratory herding peoples. This led to a particular kind of sexual and political dominance structure which pervaded almost all of your Earth cultures until the early 21st century. On Syra, our only primitive migratory tribes were confined to our mountainous regions. Their herd beasts, the Weimar, did not do well in the agricultural basins and plains. The two cultures were isolated until much later, when the technological superiority of the farmers curtailed any major conflict.
Yeah, pretty much everything they just said is nonsense about Earth history.
It was our paradise, Captain. Our Eden. Earth is the only world we know of whose variety and richness of life even comes close to Syra. Again, like so many other things about our two species,
Exactly.
our worlds were very much
That's
the same.
why most of humanity
Concrete and plastic.
lives
Cyrus gravity
off
is
of
just
farmers.
like Earth.
Like, most of humanity lives in farming
50%
cultures.
longer.
Because
Our diurnal cycle is therefore different.
basically, the drawback to farming cultures is that you have to work much, much, much more. Hunter-gatherer cultures actually have far more leisure time than farmer cultures do. The advantage is that you have huge quantities of food available, which means you don't have to practice any form of population control. So your population goes whoomp. And there it is. What happened to Sierra?
But I will try to recount those sad days. Like your solar system, ours had a large population of comets and asteroids. Large meteor impacts, though rare, were not unheard of on our planet. So it was not a total shock when an asteroid...
Also, larger populations and living settled down appear to be more conducive to technological advancement. So, the farmer cultures tended to have better quality weapons.
And indeed went all the way through to the mantle, causing a super volcano. The earthquakes caused by the impact were severe. The magma pumped out of the caldera wreaked significant damage on the nearby terrain, but within a few weeks it had cooled, forming a solid rock bandage over the wound. Within a few months, we had cleaned up the mess. The caldera was calming down nicely, and things were pretty much back to normal. Then, just over a year after the impact, All hell broke loose on the surface of Syra. Huge calderas were opening all over, not just around the meteor impact, but everywhere. The scope of the disaster is impossible to imagine. Entire cities sliding into oceans of molten lava, kilometer-wide sections of land pulverized by a cataclysmic explosion, and clouds of poison gas and superheated steam created a death shroud around Syra.
And there it is.
Yes, I think so.
I forget where we heard about deep
Icon
children.
religion somehow? We have
Oh, from the heirloom.
Icon hyperwave transmissions from the war. Pretty weird stuff. The Mycons just kind of rambled, never making much sense.
I've always wondered that myself.
Children and spears of light, but we couldn't ever understand what they were talking about. What? What did you say? Human, you had better not be joking. Syra is not a subject for Earth humor. Now what do you mean, shattered planet crusts? How? That is what happened to Syra, yes. But we presumed it was a natural cataclysm, a meteor. Do you have proof that it was something else? These deep children?
I do not.
Captain, if what you say is true, it would turn my world upside down. You have no sorrow to match what each of us Cyrene feels every day of our lives when we remember what we have lost. Syra, our Eden. The very idea that the Mycons or any alien race may have been responsible for Syra's destruction fills me with burning rage. If it were true, none of us here would rest until we had avenged ourselves on the perpetrators. We would find some way to leave this starbase, locate our starships, and hunt down the evil monsters. Captain, if you ever gather proof of what you say, you must inform us immediately. But until then, do not mention the subject again. It is too painful.
Also, maybe the year later problems started at the location of the impact and spread out from there, which would increase the correlation, but still not give them causation.
Maybe some other time, Captain, I can show you the hidden functionality of my uniform, night included. When Syra was destroyed, the only people who survived were in orbit.
Look,
and most of them
I will
members
admit,
of our newly established, mostly female space patrol.
I am not immune. She is hot.
Their orbital platform and their lunar outpost.
But
They watched Syra die.
green-skinned space babes are...
Began, the surface temperature of Syra had risen.
I mean, it's
almost
definitely
75
nowhere
degrees
near as
above the
bad
boiling point of water.
as the show Fixty, but it is a little uncomfortable.
Our paradise, our Eden, was gone. The survivors spent years in orbit. They made a few missions to the surface and actually found a handful of survivors. But their main
Honestly, I think it's more her voice than necessarily the way she's drawn.
The space patrol
I like her
fitted
voice.
makeshift drive units to anything that could hold air. Orbital factories, research pods, even hotels. When the fleet was ready, they left orbit and never looked back. The final population of our species was less than 10,000, with only 500 males. But they were the best and the brightest. For the next 75 years, our people wandered at sublight speed through the stars, looking for a new home.
Do I want to be flirty? The problem is I know some degree of flirtiness is required to recruit the Cyrene, and I don't remember the exactly which bits it is.
Don't worry about us, Captain. We make out all right.
Make out.
Until then, Earthling.
Well, yeah, it is. It is exactly that. It is the bog standard sexism. Is it worth using a quasi-space portal from here? Yes, there is in fact something closer to Mycon space by quite a bit. It's actually the same one I used to get to the Yehat. I mean, evaded? No. Gotten stuff consciously pushing back against it? To some extent, yes. Let's pull up the, there we go. Okay. Let's start with... I've mentioned before there's some really good quality of life improvements in the HD remake. The ability to show the constellations in the hyperspace map is definitely one of them. Shattered World. So yeah, Shattered Worlds are the planets that the Mycon Deep Children have been used on. They start as Earth-like planets, and then this is what they become. Report from surface. Near an unusual volcanic fumarole, we have found a fragment of some kind of biological encasement or shell which is made of an incredibly tough, heat-resistant mat of fungal fibers. We can find no sign of any life form which may have hatched from this eggshell, but we will bring it back to the flagship for further study. And let's pick up those last two fat globs of radioactives while we're here. Oh, wait, no, it's more than two. I missed those. Venus without the greenhouse effect and with way more active, volcanism. Okay, where'd the rest of, There we go. Where'd the rest of Scorpio go? Zeta, Epsilon. That's what I wanted. The instruction manual also explains why there are constellations in hyperspace when, I mean, the stars in a constellation aren't actually anywhere near each other. And they did explain why. Basically, there's stars kind of randomly cluster in hyperspace in ways not entirely mapping onto where they're positioned in normal space. And so Earth astronomers renamed all the stars according to their hyperspace positions and used constellation names for those clusters. That's a lot of mycons.
Jufflewuff is all omni-existent, spreading and changing the non into Jufflewuff. You are non, who must become Jufflewuff or void. We are the agents of Jufflewuff. We are the mycon.
I love the mycon theme. It's one of my favorite in the game. Oh, we're not there yet.
A single spore lands, finds nourishment in decay, and soon attains maturity. In turn, it exhales a cloud of new life, 1,000 spores. Each lands, finds nourishment in decay. So progresses Jufflewuff.
A little bit, yeah.
Our bodies seethe with the passion of our genes. 1,000 of your species do not possess the richness. In one of my cells, you impede the flow of Jufflewuff through the universe. We will now remove...
Well, that's not good.
We will now aid Jufflewuff by eliminating you.
So the general fan consensus on the mycon is that they are a precursor terraforming tool that got, over the millennia, as tends to happen with self-replicating machines, code errors accumulated and resulted in their incredibly bizarre behavior, random conversations, and aggressiveness. They are also one of my least favorite redesigns in the HD remakes. I really do not like that their ships are now white on, I mean, mostly white with a little red. I kind of preferred them looking a little bit like strawberries. Also, chasing a mycon is a really bad position to be in. Damn it! Damn it! Oh my god, it has almost completely regenerated itself. This is really not going well. That one a bit better. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Let's get the Fruitalicious out of here. Yeah, I just prefer to kill one and then retreat so that I don't get attacked while I'm, retreating. That kind of backfired that time because I took so much damage in the process.
In the darkness, all else is unfulfilled void. The source of Jufflewuff is
Yeah, that's a good point.
9.1 by 220.8. We are the mycon.
I mean, it literally does not matter what I say. I can't remember if their responses are even tied to what you say or entirely random. They're definitely unrelated to what you say.
I'm filled with my parents, 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 parents. I am they, and they are us, then and now. The deep children are a part of Jehovah, home builders, the dwellers in the Mohoroviches. Jehovah fills my
I believe the Mohorovichik is one of the layers of the mantle of a Earth-like planet. Although, if I remember correctly, Earth is the only known planet with a mantle. I might be wrong about that, though. Oh, yeah. That went way better than the first time. Oh, come on! Finally. It is an excellent question. Also, how the Mycon volunteered to join the Ur-Quan. Because they're stated to be the only people who did. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. Damn it!
We are. I am duty. I am the purity monitor. I choose what buds are permitted to mature and which must be eradicated. I died of general misfunction 57,283 years ago.
Okay.
Jehovah fills in my fibers and I grow turgid. Violent action ensues.
Okay. Let's see if I can take these out. Ah! A little faster. So far, so good. Then if I can actually make it out of this system... Yeah, it kind of does. In answer to your question, Benny, I am using Hellbore cannons, the most powerful weapons in the game, but I don't have much tracking on them. Let's get the fuck out of here. I think I got enough fuel to go to the one I actually wanted to go to, which is Beta Copernicus. Beta Copernicus, I don't think there's anything in the game that tells you this, but Beta Copernicus is the actual location of Syra. Oops. Huh. I would have expected there to be a case here, of all places. But I guess we've got the one. And yeah, the Doogie conversation does sound rather like that. On the other hand, like... Oh, there it is. You know, life on Earth also has the equivalent of purity monitors. Our DNA reinscripting process, it does involve a sort of molecular checking, but it's not perfect. Anyway, yeah, this is the exact same dialogue as before. Worth going back down? No, because I may not have enough fuel left to get back to Earth. I remember it costs around 15 and 1.7 down. 1.7 down and another 1.7 back up is... Oh god, there's 4 of them.
A cold rock spinning silently in the void. A wound.
If I run away from this, I definitely won't have enough fuel to get home. But there's no longer anything I want from the Melnorm, so I could just get fuel from them.
Pulsing hot liquid flows through my outstretched tendrils, sending thrills into my interior. The moment has come.
And I am kinda low on crew.
Burst above me, a cloud of whispering light whirls through the air. I am content. The Juffalo is strong in this place. Juffalo.
Yeah. Ah, no! Planets, and he hit himself with his own attack, didn't he? I'm gonna do it. Because I generally don't, because they're generally not as good as the flagship. You will see me fly a Pekunk. I guarantee you that. Next time I fight Ur-Quan, I may try the Spothy ship. I'm also fond of the Utwig and Shmur ships. They're pretty easy to use. Like I said, Thratus ships are garbage unless you're really good at them, and then they're amazing. And I am no longer really good at them. So... let's get as close to Earth as we can. And while we're headed there, summon the Melnorm. Yeah, that too.
must warn you, Captain. This is the time of the month we Melnorme drive exceptionally hard at bargains.
Is that a period joke?
Now, what can we do for you today?
Do I have anything to sell? Oh, I guess I do.
The 100
Huh.
units of biological. As you know,
5 will probably get me home. Actually, 5 will definitely get me home.
It has been a pleasure being with you.
Ah, that would do it. I hate that they decided to put Sol so close to Sirius that the autopilot gets them confused unless you zoom in. That was an obnoxious choice.
It's good to see you again, Captain. Before we go on, I have something important to tell you. It would appear your diplomatic efforts have struck gold, Captain. We've been contacted by a race called the Zok-Fot-Pik.
3 races,
Wish to
actually.
fulfill their part of the unification, something you have arranged with them, I gather. They have sent us specifications for the Stinger-class attack vessels, as well as a large number of Zok-Fot-Pik commanding officers. You're doing a fine job,
I
Captain.
think it's they're entering
Also,
commerce
this
mode.
seems strange to me, and
But
I
nothing's
consider
ever
not
stated
bringing it up,
outright.
but not long ago, 6 of my people fell unconscious simultaneously for no apparent reason. When they awoke hours later, they reported being overwhelmed by a feeling of something very wrong that had taken place.
That would be
Couldn't find
the
anything
Picump.
wrong with these crew members. But
They're
they
gone
discovered
now.
one correlation. All 6 of them have exceptionally high Esper ratings. More fuel for the fire, eh,
Huh,
Captain?
less than I expected.
That last load should keep it blazing. The analysis reads as follows. Subject Mycon egg case. Data? We really didn't know Mycon came from eggs, but our analysis of this sheet shows that it's been subjected to phenomenal temperatures and pressures. The
In
most
theory, you
unusual
could beat the
aspect of
game
egg case
before
is
they
its size.
plunge into the
We know
Yehat.
Mycon's range and height from 0.5 to 3.5 meters, but our reconstruction of the whole egg case shows it to be over 25 meters high. Summary. If a Mycon came out of this, it's gotta be really big. That's the end of our scientist's report.
So if you waited until very late in the game to meet them, that would make that easier to do.
Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
I forgot we were going to do little bits of this every time.
What aspect of history, Captain? Which group of aliens?
So, to make up for that, pick Alliance or Hierarchy. Actually, lag. That's going to take a while. So, I'm just going to pick Alliance.
Okay. Which race?
We're going to hear about Alliance races now.
The Shofixti are a race of intelligent marsupials who had been civilized for only a few decades when the war began. They were discovered in the Delta Gorno star system by the Yehat, who adopted and then uplifted the Shofixti, giving them advanced technology and cultural definition. Shofixti are noble and fearless warriors, Captain. In addition, their incredible fecundity and rapid maturation rate kept Alliance ranks solid even at the worst part of the war. You know, I once flew as an observer aboard one of their ships on routine patrol. We never saw the enemy, but I could never stop thinking about the glory device it had strapped to the bottom of its hull.
I'll get there. I'm actually going to do the whole Alliance.
The Yehat are a race of ancient warrior clans that have been traveling the stars for many centuries. Clans are highly competitive and sometimes even wage war on each other, but the clans are all loyal to the Queen and her royal family.
I'll add in commentary where there's stuff I know from, like, the instruction manuals or past games or so
And
on.
it is said that during their rule, the Yehat never lost a battle.
The Yehat are one of the 3 founders of the Alliance, along with the Chinjesu and the Murner. The Shofixti were the last people to join it, if I recall correctly. Actually, no, I take that back. The Murner were not founders of the Alliance. They joined after the humans did. They didn't exist when the Alliance was founded.
I'd like to think I'm not a bigoted person, Captain, especially when it comes to allies, but there's just something about those Arilu that gives me the creeps. One thing I'll say for them, though, they possess some technique for moving really fast through hyperspace. They never let us know what it was, but sure beats the pants off our fastest ships.
According to the instruction manuals, humans were contacted by the Chinjesu, told about the Ur-Quan, invited into the Alliance. The, minute after the treaty was signed, an Arilu fleet appeared out of nowhere in orbit of the moon and asked to join.
The Chinjesu were leaders of the Alliance, even though they refused to accept formally the title. I don't know if their silicon-based biology is just plain superior to our old carbon models, or if their fantastic intellect were the product of an ancient, peaceful culture. Whatever the reason, I'd rather be taking orders from a Chinjesu than any other life form, absolutely. One of the more amazing things about them was they never used hyperwave communicators. They could send messages naturally, and their natural hyperwave receptors were much more sensitive than even our best units. We didn't really get much of a chance to learn about those mechanical beings, but I'll tell you what I know. They're the product of a distant, unknown culture who sent a giant factory arc into our region of space many centuries ago. The Mother Arc, that's what the Earth Press called it, churned out millions of robots and finally broke down.
Oh.
I don't know why the Murnerherm didn't repair the Mother Arc.
Okay.
Maybe
I was
they
right the
can't.
first time.
My personal
And then
guess
my
as
self-correction
to
was
why
me
they
misremembering.
is that they're on the leading edge of a colonization project. And once the Murnerherm have tamed enough new worlds, the genuine colonists, whoever they are, will arrive and claim their due.
My pet theory is that the Murner were created by the Melnorm. I don't really have much evidence for that. I just like the idea. Also, yeah, no, I completely misremembered. I remembered the bit about Earth Press, and that made me misremember that the Mother Arc showed up after Earth joined the Alliance. But I think it was just... yeah. It was centuries before that. So I think they were founding members?
Most raw recruits saw the Siren as nothing more than warm, breathing pin-ups. Warm they are, and yes, they do breathe most magnificently, Captain. They are far more than simple joy eaters. The history shows the Siren established and maintained a peaceful culture from the Bronze Age through their discovery of starflight. Before their planet was destroyed in a horrible cataclysm, their world was an Eden. What other group of aliens are you?
So yeah, next time we'll do the hierarchy. We already did people who weren't in the war, and his answer was basically,
Would you like information on any other aspect of history? Sure. Anything else? Fine. Is there anything else you need? Be careful out there, Captain.
So yeah, he says very little about the Siren. And most of it is about them being hot. Which is, you know, kind of typical. I really thought I was going to get more from the Shattered Worlds I visited than that. It's a bit disappointing. Let's go back to the siren. I think F is the closest one to them. The one we used to visit the Zakfats. One of the instruction manuals, I forget if it was 1 or 2, had an illustration I really liked of the Siren Commander and their mind-controlled multi-species crew that implied, like, several species that are not in this game. Which actually makes sense, given that it's also stated in the instruction manuals that there is only one Ur-Quan on each Ur-Quan ship, and it's otherwise entirely crewed by battle thralls. So it makes sense that some of their thralls from before they came to this region of space would be on there. Oh my god.
Hello again, pleasant human. It warms me to greet you again. Let me see this proof, Captain. Great gods! These fragments, they are identical to the debris we found near the punctures on Syra. We never guessed that the fragments might be organic. To have survived re-entry, nothing organic would remain. Unless it was genetically constructed for this purpose. And only the Mycons possess this capability. The Mycons will pay dearly for their crimes. We will not sit here and do nothing while the Mycon fiends are free to roam the galaxy, perpetrating their evil. You wanted our cooperation in fighting the Ur-Quan. You've got it. Provided you first help us seek our revenge against the Mycon race. Help us to destroy them. Our first step is to get some mobility. We have some fine starship officers aboard, and they're all eager to go after the Mycons. But without our penetrator starships, we're totally ineffectual. So our first step has to be recovering our Space Patrol combat fleet. We know that the Ur-Quan didn't destroy them. They never waste anything. But we believe they have sealed them in some kind of deep vault in the surface of an alien planet. No, that's your job. But maybe we have some clues to help us find them.
It really
The
is.
starship officers who flew the penetrators to the vault.
There's a reason I'm avoiding it.
Total sensor blackout. The only thing they could use for navigation was the presence of the dreadnought fleet surrounding them. When they arrived at their destination and lowered their ships into the immense vault, they were transported to the dreadnoughts and only caught a split-second glimpse of the outside world. As far as they could tell, the sun was either red or orange. Based on the trip time calculations, the farthest they could have traveled is about 200 hyperspace distance units. Captain, we've assembled a small team of our most skilled officers. We will send them to your ship on board their own small shuttle. We feel that in the interest of efficiency, we keep our officers away from your crew at least until the mission is over. As soon as you arrive at the vault, our people will take over. Figure out a way to open the vault and bring our penetrators back here.
Okay, first of all, their ships are named penetrators. That aside, I do appreciate that the implication is less they're hot and therefore their presence would distract our presumed attracted to women human crew, as there's definitely stuff suggesting that they're as distracted by humans as humans are by them. That basically we are astoundingly close to their dominant culture beauty standards. It's something. I mean, there's still no acknowledgement of beauty standards varying or anything like that, but it's something. And I'm going to continue being flirty without being boys clubby.
Good luck, brave Earthling. When your mission is successful, maybe then we can get to know each other better.
Fortunately, I know where I'm going, because this is another case of very vague clues. Okay, yeah, it is worth it to use the quasi-space portal. But which quasi-space portal? K. K looks like it's this one. It really is a pity that you hear so little of the quasi-space theme most of the time. It's a good theme. Oh wait, they said orange, so it's gotta be either that one. There we go. Epsilon Camelopardalis. Which is a giraffe. Yeah, saving is probably a good plan. Wait. This is not where it is. Is it on the moon? There it is. Report from surface. We have opened the subterranean vault which contained the Sirene Space Patrol Penetrator starships. The Sirene captains have assumed command of their vessels and instructed us to rendezvous with them back at Betelgeuse. End of report. It is such a hard-to-read font. I stumble on at least one word every time. Now, what's not worthwhile is quasi-spacing back to Betelgeuse. Yeah, the blue on blue really is not very readable. You know, you would. On the other hand, so much of the font work in the game is so good. You know, all of the unique alien fonts. Benny, you want to throw up that link you found to that article about the fonts? I mean, the thing is, I have a flagship with maxed out speed and maneuverability, which means unless it spawns directly in front of me, nothing in the game can catch me in hyperspace. Which is, nice when flying through enemy territory.
Good. Now we can proceed with our plan.
Y'all ready for gratuitous alien sex scene? Because I think this is when it happens.
From our analysis of the deep child fragments you showed to us, and a review of the recorded Mycon transmissions from the war, we've established the kind of world the Mycons desire for their hideous, deep children. They need a planet like your Earth, or our Syra, one rich in water and oxygen, and possessing a molten, active mantle. Our plan is to lure the Mycons to such a planet, and then attack them when they least expect. We know of just such a world. When the Ur-Quan were analyzing their massive planetary data to find a new home for my people, one of the close candidates, ranked just below Gaia, was a blue world orbiting close to the star Organon.
See,
Captain,
I think that's acknowledging the slave Leia elements in the costume.
you
You know,
must go to the
Organa,
Mycons and tell
Organa.
them of this world. They will find that the world is suitable. And when they go to Organon, we shall be there, waiting for them. Then, we shall destroy them. I'm afraid both our duties will be dangerous, Captain. We may never see each other again. But for now, at least, there's this.
This was the first game I ever played that had something like this in it.
Let me help you out with this. Yes. Now, aren't you a lot more comfortable?
Why are the lights on? No. Yeah, actually.
Because, my darling, if the light was on, I couldn't do this. Or this.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Or this.
I guess in terms of game
Or
releasability.
this.
This was before games had ratings, but presumably you wanted to be sold in stores.
An alien monster? Me? Me?
Why, Captain? Why ever do you say that?
Pretty sure that's the same person who voices the
Kidding?
what's it called? I'm pretty sure that's the same person who voices the beast you give to Zex. Anyway, I do like that it gives you the option to ask for them back on. Let's go with this.
To start off, I thought we'd do something like this. Unless your species isn't limber enough. And then, I thought we could move on to something a bit more like... this. And after you've recovered, I thought this might be fun. And if you're still conscious, I thought we could try this. Even though I've never done it before. Does that answer your question?
I mean, I really liked this sequence when I was 14, I can say that. Which is about when I played this game, 13, 14, somewhere like that. It took me a long time to figure the game out. I don't think I got to this the first few times I played it.
Please don't worry, my darling human. We have all the time in the world, and my door locks secure. And let me teach you what you need to know. We will begin with the fundamental...
That's such a cheesy line.
Siren physiology.
But also, yay for Rishathra, I guess?
And stop wasting your lips on words, you silly fool, and come here.
Several hours later.
have our jobs to do. Now you must go. But you will remain always in my mind and heart and deep within me. I know that someday, when all this madness has come to an end, we will be together like this again.
Anyway, having done that, now we can go talk to the Mycon again. Get in a fight with them, I could try an arrow. Yes, exactly. I believe that you are required to do that to talk to the Heirloom. Or not the Heirloom, the Mycon. To progress the thing with the Mycon. Alright, which planet am I heading toward? Right. And then we'll just talk to Mycon along the way. Yeah, I can see feeling that way about it. I have... Viewed through nostalgia goggles, it's a very funny and unexpected moment. Nowadays, it just feels kind of eh.
We are the Mycon.
Oh shit, I have to go to their homeworld to tell them about it.
Your simple sexual process produces random mosaics of genetic instructions.
I'm probably gonna have to fight them. Also, where'd all my fuel go?
I modify my own patterns. You humans improve a tool and double your capabilities. We Mycon improve ourselves and increase 1,000-fold. Juffo.
Yeah, I can take 2 of them pretty easily. Oh, I was gonna try an Arrowloo against them. Oops. Beep! That was a very bad beginning. Okay, so if I need to go to their home world, that is not far from here, actually. Damn it! Well, I guess I'll get to use an Arrowloo. In the first game, the Arrowloo were the best people to use against them.
The deep children, spears of light in the darkness, their discarded husks speak of joy to come. I have chosen my offspring's memories carefully from my set of remembrances, the sweet and warm times of my existence, and those of my parents' parents.
I mean, this is the HD remake.
Coalesced into a birth gift of complete awareness. In the dark they grow, the deep fire feeds the children. Their birth breathes warmth across a cold world. Juffo.
Alright, let's see if I can do this. Nope, still way too far. Gotcha. Yeah, the Airlu are great. Damn it! And then I died because I didn't work in time. My revenge shall be swift. That went well. A 1,000 RU isn't bad. No! Okay.
We are the Minor. Your suggestion is appropriate. Acceptable new worlds are a priority for the rapid and complete spread of Juffo. We wish to know more for our suitability assessment. Tell us of this world. This is good. This is good. This is good. If your words are true, we will gladly spread Juffo to a new world. We will assemble the birthing fleet and send them to this planet. We will send many ships to protect the children as they grow. You have been of service to us. Your insight into the inevitable Juffo is encouraging. Perhaps, if we were to plant
That's the part I really like.
your brain orbit and let its tendrils spread through your flesh, then you would truly understand Juffo, become part of Juffo. You would be happier and more fulfilled. Consider our offer.
I mean, sounds kinky, but I think I'll pass for now. Okay. And you'll note they are no longer seeking me out. They still will in hyperspace, oops, but they're no longer doing it in system. Because I am no longer perceived as a threat. And now... Oh, also their space is moving south. Now, I can go to Beta Brachii. which they mentioned earlier by coordinates as the source of Jaffa, I believe. At least they did in the PC version of the original game. I seem to remember some shenanigans involving the dialogue for it. Wait, a reason why who volunteered for what? I think I missed something because of the time thing. There would be an infinite number of them here. If, oh. No, their homeworld is the source. Okay. I forget where you find out about this place.
We must not allow this place to be soiled by the Nala. You must go now.
Anyway, yeah. If the Mycon were not moving their fleet toward Ganon, this would have an infinite number of ships, and be completely inaccessible.
Hot warmth in the cold void, it flows through all things, binding them together, making them one. You are non-Jaffa. You cannot understand. Below is the pod of Jaffa. There for 1,000 centuries. When we are cold, the pod opens and warms us. When it is dark, the pod crashes, and lo, there is light. You are non. The pod is not for you. You must leave.
Gee, something that is a powerful source of light. Didn't we know somebody who was engaged, who couldn't help us because they were engaged in a light-powered process? Haha, I bet you have.
Implanting deep children beneath the crust of Organon 1. However, Jaffa is inevitable. The deep children will be born. Jaffa flows through time and space. It cannot be stopped by mere energy blasts. However, you are not part of Jaffa. You can be destroyed by energy blasts. Let us demonstrate.
Oh! Yeah, actually, that makes some sense. The Ur-Quan have a vast database of planets that the Mycon might be interested in. That may very well be why they volunteered, and then they just didn't have full access to it. God damn it. Haha! I love when the Mycon hit their own shots. That was actually... They were a little bit slower and less maneuverable in the first game, I think. Anyway, what made the Aerolus so good at fighting them was being able to pilot them into their own shots. Damn it! There we go. Come on. Okay, fine, we'll go this way. Meh. Not a fan of that hit I just took, but... Or that one. Ow! That went really badly, and I'm going to have to be a lot more careful if I'm going to last it through, what, 5 of these? Fuck! save. Ah! I was worried there for a second, not gonna lie. Sir, we are experiencing major tectonic shocks here on the surface. Wait a minute. They seem to have passed. Whew! That was awful. Captain, when we weren't bouncing off the ceiling or being bashed against the lander walls, we were looking for whatever it was that the Mycon were hiding down here. We think we've found it. I don't know what to call it. It kinda looks like a cross between a spider and an antenna. But... Devo? Levo? I can't even tell what that says. The engineer we brought along says the device has the capacity to radiate incredible amounts of energy in the form of visible light. We have decided not to experiment with the artifact, and will bring it aboard right after we explore the immediate vicinity. Oh, Captain, looks like the shocks are starting up again. We can't take much more of this. Returning to the ship. I wants me more of this stuff. I know how low I am on crew, but I'm also, my lander is also really well shielded. Oh yeah, I'm definitely heading back to Earth immediately after this. Yep. Including me, so if the lander explodes, I believe I die. Actually, I can't remember. It might be not including me. Either way, we're getting out of here now with our 8 crew. Fuck. Okay, we can do this. We're just gonna have to run away.
You have taken return.
Yeah, whatever. You're mad I took the stellar manipulator. Okay, we started far away. That's good. The shots probably won't reach us before we get out of here. No, the problem is, if I use the Spathi ship and then escape, that takes me to switching ships, not out of the fight. Only the flagship can... Yeah. I'm not sure I get the they were 11 joke. What's... Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. or read it, whichever it is. I'm guessing seen it. From made by rather than written by.
Greetings, Captain. I'm ready to assist you. More fuel for the... The analysis reads as follows. Subject, sun device. Data, the unit contains a power generator whose output magnitude is simply mind-croggling. When activated, the device radiates energy equivalent to less than 1/100th of 1% of our sun. However, when placed close to a planet, perhaps in orbit, its output would rival Sol's. Summary, another precursor tool, the energy output of which can replace or augment a sun's radiance. That's the end of our scientist's report. Certainly, Captain.
All right.
What do you need to know?
Let's get some
What aspect?
stuff about the hierarchy races.
Which group of aliens? Which species?
And actually, I really need to pee. So I'm going to start him talking about the Mycon and then run and pee while he's doing that. And hopefully be back before he's done. And if I'm not, I'm not.
The Mycons are hard to get a handle on. In fact, I'm not sure any human has ever had a real conversation with a Mycon. What we know of them, we've learned from their corpses, which, I may add, have a nasty habit of coming back to life when thawed out from a decompression quick freeze. Mycon ships seem to expend a significant amount of energy on life support. This is probably because the Mycon only thrive in temperatures close to the melting point of lead. As far as we know, the Mycon are the only race to actively seek out the Ur-Quan in order to become combat slaves. Imagine facing a cowardly, mobile clam armed with a howitzer. You've got a good idea of what it's like dealing with the Spathi. Although they tend to avoid battles as much as their masters will allow, once in battle...
The really ironic thing is that the Spathi ship is one of the best in the game for fighting against Ur-Quan.
A band of courageous Spathi broke away from the main star fleet.
I'm still trying to decide whether to actually do that or not, because it does mean risking Fwifo.
Like I said, I'd have to see it to believe it.
And I really like the idea of keeping Fwifo the entire game.
It's unfortunate that the Umga fell to the Ur-Quan so early in the war, because I suspect we would have gotten along well with those big blob creatures. At the very least, it would have been entertaining.
Fuck the Umga.
We know them a bit better than most races because they were eager to talk with
practical jokes and practical jokers forever.
Innovated that they had a relationship with the Umga before the Ur-Quan arrived, but I don't know any detail.
In the last stream, did I talk at all about the thing that happened recently that made me hate pranks even more?
When I was flying combat missions along the Corward front, there was nothing we feared more than the Androset hit-and-run squadron. Their blazer ships were more than a match for our cruisers, so we stayed clear of Ada Vulpeculae, their home star. In addition, I think each of us aboard the ship knew deep down...
Well, shit, that would have been useful when I was hunting for their home world. Or was it the Talo playground that I was hunting for?
Our grandparents had kept them as slaves for nearly 50 years. I still have nightmares about those spiders taking me prisoner, using me as one of their 6 sacrifices to Dogar and Kazon, their twin gods of destruction and torment. Those guys were almost as scary as the Androsynth to those of us in Deep Space Patrol.
I do miss the Androsynth ships. They were neat. They were really pretty.
The bulk of the Ilrath fleet was thrown against the Genjesu and the Murnaher. The Starship Far Voyager under the command of Captain Jeffrey L. Rand encountered the Vux near Beta Mira. Although the details are hazy, it's generally accepted that Rand offended the Vux Starship commander with an inadvertent insult.
Yep. They retconned it in this game as being a backronym rather than an acronym. But in the first game, Vux was stated to be an acronym for Very Ugly Xenoform. Which is a bit mean, I think. This game implies that no, they actually are called the Vux. Some human just decided Very Ugly Xenoform is what it stood for.
Would you like information? Sure. Fine. Farewell.
Let's get some fuel and crew, shall we? Oof. Damn. That leaves me with not quite enough to get a forward-firing hellboat cannon. I would like to have a forward-firing weapon, though. I might get a lower tier of weapon anyway. You know what? I am. Oh, I can afford a hellboard. There's 6,000, not 8,000. Cool. Alright, we've got a sun device. We know the Chinjesu and the Mernherm process requires it. It requires light. Let's go visit Procyon. Which we did accidentally before, I remember. Actually, no. First, let's check the star map. No, okay. The Mycon and the Cyrene... The Mycon have not actually reached Ur-Quan yet. So, not worth checking on the Cyrene yet. Where am I going again? Oh. Oh. Right, Procyon is the one that's all by itself. Okay. Dang it. So this is a bit of a problem.
Caught you, didn't I?
We have monitored your visit to this world with great interest. Your plans for trickery are pitiful, and make Dogar and Kazan clack their mandibles against one another and snicker with amusement.
Yeah.
And so now, squishy human, I wonder what sort of noise...
They say they were monitoring our visits to the planet, but it's actually getting the sun device that triggers this.
A wailing scream? Or a low moan of ultimate suffering? Though such information is normally holy and secret, I find I am unable to contain myself. Know this fact. You are human, weak, and alone in this universe, with no gods to protect you. I know this because the only true gods are our own ill-wrath deities, Dogar and Kazan. Dogar is the killer in a black cloak, the great destroyer, the bloody clawed murderer, the dark beast with 1,000 young.
Gee, that last one sounds
Kazan,
familiar.
on the other claw, is the great deceiver, the malevolent evil in the darkness, the unstoppable monster who has no pity, the hungry lurker in the night. These are our gods.
So nobody ever answered my question. Did I ever tell you guys about the prank thing that happened to me? I don't remember if I did last session or not.
Not so fast, tender human. You must first pay homage to the universal deities Dogar and Kazan. The payment is simple.
Okay.
And within your means.
So, this was actually the day of the stream that I canceled because nobody showed up. The Ur-Quan Master stream. And I knew we were going to be attacking the Umga. And I was having, or not attacking, but meeting the Umga next. And I was having some feelings about that because of what had happened earlier that day. Let's get as far away as we can. So, you know, I was having a, planet! I had a Trans-Lifeline ship that day, and I got my first active suicide attempt call. And it was really, really upsetting. Especially because, you know, I was trying to talk to this person who was, like, in the midst of actually making an attempt. And they were telling me, like, what they were doing. And then, at a critical moment, the call drops. And I felt like shit. I went into the operator's chat that we have and was like, I need to talk to somebody because that was, you know, this just happened and I'm really, really upset. And so actually one of the, like, leaders of Trans-Lifeline talked to me and kind of helped me calm down and asked me about, like, what happened. And I described it to them, and they were like, oh, that person. So it turns out there's been somebody calling for 4 years who keeps getting blocked and finding ways to circumnavigate it, always tells the same story, and always drops the call at a critical moment. It was a fucking prank. A prank. Who prank calls a suicide hotline? The worst part is that there was an operator meeting that day, so I was the only person answering calls. which means anybody else who called during the half hour I spent with this person got no one. Because this asshole thought it would be funny to pretend to be attempting suicide and fuck with an operator. I already hated pranks with a passion. They are not even a form of humor. They're not even the lowest form of humor. They are just pure sadism. I didn't think it was possible for me to hate them anymore, but here we are. I do. Anyway. Excuse me. This, despite not being in the Ilroth sphere of influence, is the Ilroth homeworld. Presumably, they shifted their sphere south to attack the Bakunk and haven't come back yet. Possibly they haven't realized the Bakunk are gone yet. Given the infinite numbers of them guarding the Chinjesu and Murmur, we gotta do something about that. Fortunately, the Bakunk told us that somebody has been pranking the Ilroth by pretending to be their gods on Hyperwave. Specifically, the Umga have been. And wouldn't you know it, the Spathi left us an Umga Hyperwave caster.
Listen! It is the hideous and inspiring voices of our gods, Dogar and Kazan. Oh, great gods of evil and darkness. What can your humble and devious servants do for you?
So, I'm gonna have to ask you to start doing things a bit differently.
Your will is our inspiration. What shall we do?
Alas, due to technological limits of early 90s game programming, none of these permanently alter their dialogue. They just alter it for the next line. Which is sad, but nonetheless...
As you wish, glorious, unmerciful destructors. In all future worship, we will honor you in this way.
The game is basically forcing us to be pranksters now. But at least these can be, this part of it, we can do silly pranks, which are as close to harmless as pranks get.
It shall be so, great ones. You are mighty. You are the most hideous and deceitful. We Ilrath are
I am being deceitful right now. You are correct about that.
Worship. Yes, great Dogar. Yes, mighty Kazan. We certainly will. We certainly will.
Thing is, even with that kind of prank, I mean, okay, if it's something where it is blatantly, obviously untrue, at that point, you're no longer talking prank. You're talking, like you know, those like April Fool's Day releases from companies that are blatantly, obviously untrue. At that point, it's no longer really a prank, it's a parody. Because nobody would think it's real. But even with the relatively, like, harmless prank, the joke is still, oh haha, you trusted me.
We, the Ilraths, bow and scrape off our appendages in your honor.
I am very confused about what you're saying is assault.
And Kazan.
Thanks, Lag. I have no idea what you're calling assault.
We can never receive sufficient direction from you, great masters. We eagerly await.
But yeah, even the harmless pranks, the joke is still, ha ha ha, you trusted me, And so I abused that trust to make you believe things that are untrue, and now I'm laughing at you for it. That's not humor, that's sadism. Anyway, this is what we're actually here for. Telling them to go kill someone else. Which is, you know, a prank that's going to directly result in the loss of lives. Also, they're gone.
We relish the prospect of killing worthy prey. We will leave immediately so that we can begin our glorious evil devotions. But who shall we prey upon next? Who shall suffer our inspired torment? Didn't those loathsome Umga once mention a race near their region of space? Yes, I have it. The Thredash. We will go now and kill all of them.
So yeah, this is one of the 2 ways you can get the Helix if you recruit. Well, 3 ways you can get the Helix after recruiting the Thredash. I believe once you've recruited them, they will just let you visit that planet. I might be misremembering that. Either way, we just wrote their death sentences by sending the Elroth to them. But there is no way to get at the Chenjesu and Murnum without doing this. But yeah, eventually the Elroth will wipe them out, and you can take the Helix once they're gone. The other way is wait for the Korra to defeat the Ur-Quan and start wiping out other species, and eventually they get to the Thredash, and you can take the thing. You can actually use that to circumvent any of the game-required side quests. Anyway, now we could go to Procyon and use the Sun device. However, I'm not gonna. I think it's time to start visiting that right side of the map that we haven't done anything with. So first, actually, yeah, I've still got 60 fuel. Let's go to, I think it's J that I want. There goes the Nikon, and there goes the Ur-Quan. Heh. I mean, I suppose that's possible. Now then. If I remember correctly... Now, if I remember right... Oh wait, no, there are 2 ways to hear about this. You can either learn about this place from the Melnorm or the Udwig. But this is the homeworld of the Burvik Seeds, who were the first people to encounter the Korra in this region. There are none of them left anymore. Report from surface. These ruins seem to be remnants of a civilization which called itself the Burvik Seeds. All their cities have been reduced to radioactive slag by some form of energy weapon similar to the Ur-Quan's fusion blaster. From evidence we have gathered here, we can conclude that this entire civilization was destroyed from orbit sometime in the last 8 to 12 Earth years. There are no survivors. Why the heck not, as long as I'm here. Red resources suck, but... Is there anything else to gather? Nope. Okay. It's not like the Anderson homeworld where there's little bits at multiple cities. So... The thing is, from what we know about, which we haven't done the words yet, so we don't actually know this in-game yet, but I'll just tell you, the Ur-Quan and the Korra should have entered this region of space from opposite directions, and we know the Ur-Quan entered somewhere near Thradish space. Which means this is too far north for where the Korra should have come from. They should have come from the lower right corner. Why didn't they? And we are about to find out. Oh god, it's the fucking space bees. Those things are so aggressive. I mean, so are the weird mushroom tentacle things, but... Oh shit, I'm actually full up on biodata. Anyway, we have found an immensely powerful hyperwave transmitter here on the surface of this moon. It is sending a strong hyperwave signal outward into the unexplored anti-spinward region of the galaxy. Since this equipment is extremely valuable, and we have found no sign of any intelligent life on this moon, we have decided to disassemble the transmitter and bring it back to the ship. And that's why the Korra came here first, instead of the lower right. They picked up this thing. So the next question is, where did that thing come from? Which is, again, if I remember correctly, something you can learn from the Ur-Wig, but we're going to learn it somewhere else first. Whoopsie. Yep, Ilroth on the move. Mycon space is shrinking. All is well. Let's see. I think P is where I want to hop to. Yes? Yes. I think I've already forgotten which one is P. Is that one P? I think it is. Yes. I noticed somebody new joined us. Feel free to say hi in the chat. I know you joined a while ago. I kept meaning to say it and then forgetting. Hello, new ships. I forget where your homeworld is. I think it's that thing really close to the sun.
Attention, alien starship. You have arrived at the central trade world of the Crimson Corporation, home of the Druge. Be welcome and take advantage of our excellent deal. We know that you have Mycon deep-trialed egg case fragments aboard your vessel. Would you consider trading them to us for a shiny new Muller starship? Our sensors reveal that you have one of our more powerful hyperwave casters on board your ship. Have no fear, Captain. It was abandoned on the Bervixie moon, and by our law, it belongs to you. However, we are fond of the device and wish to regain it through trade. Give us the caster, and we will give you all the fuel your ship can hold. We know you possess the Vortex Spawner. In exchange for the simple device,
Yeah,
we
fuck
will
no.
give you 3 Muller starships, and fill your fuel tanks at no extra charge.
So yeah, these guys are basically the Dark Milnorm. They're pretty obviously modeled on the Ferengi. Like their build, the weird eyebrows are kind of reminiscent of the weird thing that runs around Ferengi foreheads. And the dead giveaway, that thing next to him that appears to be like a torch or something, looks astoundingly similar to the device that the Ferengi captain used to try to mind control Picard in the first episode the Ferengi appeared in. So we need the Rosy Sphere from these guys. And normally, the only way to get it is to trade crew.
You're prepared to make a deal.
Fortunately, they really want the caster that they used to contact the, or to draw the Korra to the Bervixies. And
Captain, a special deal. A bargain unequaled. Instead of the usual payment we would give for this item, what would you say to a different exchange? We would like to trade your commodity for a highly valuable precursor artifact, the Rosy Sphere. Its origins are filled with wonder, and its powers are uncontestable, though subtle. What is your response?
so basically, this is the way you avoid selling crew members into slavery.
Its genesis is lost in antiquity, along with the race who created it, the marvelous precursors. Note how the device glows, how it
Hello, person.
pulsing slowly.
Welcome aboard.
And done, like the heart of a slumbering god. Captain, this artifact has been in our possession for eons. Vast brutal wars have been fought over its possession. The offer we make to you here today is quite unique. Do not make a hasty choice.
Anyway, yeah.
Ah, you are indeed a wise young. The Rosy Sphere is yours.
So I'm assuming person with silly Elias, you're someone I know. But thanks to silly Elias, I have no idea who. I've also no longer got any need for egg case fragments since we already did the thing with the siren.
Mycon deep trial egg case shall receive the agreed upon number of ships.
Here's the thing.
Very
I don't want to use a Mauler ship. They are good ships, but their secondary power is exchanging crew for battery power. They're throwing people into the engines. Yeah. I strongly dislike the Druge.
your patronage is appreciated.
When and how did I lose 70 crew? Wait a sec. Oh, it must have been something involving the Ilroth. So I'm gonna pop back to Earth, get some refills. That sounds right. That sounds right. And the Mycon continue to shrink. And the Ilroth slowly inch northward. If I beat the game before they wipe out the Thradash, then they never wipe out the Thradash. And I can't remember if they survive wiping out the Thradash. I think they don't. Yeah, the Ferengi were introduced early in TNG. Like, first season. They were actually originally intended to be the main antagonists, but in execution, they came across as too silly.
Captain, I'm glad you made it back in one piece. Before we proceed, I wanted you to know we're receiving a priority distress call from the Zod homeworld at Alpha Tucanae. The signal was urgent but extremely weak. The only portions of the transmission that we can be sure of are help, Black Destroyer, planet under attack, help, worse than Zabranki, whatever that means, and finally, help.
Because there were an infinite number of them guarding the planet with the Chinjesu and Murnurm, and I need access to that planet to use the Sun device on them.
Not too much today, Captain. The analysis reads as follows. Subject, rosy sphere device. Data, the specimen is 5 centimeters in diameter, perfectly smooth and composed of a blood-red translucent substance. Tests show that it has atypical ferromagnetic properties, but is utterly non-conductive. Summary, probably a precursor tool. Function, unknown. That's the end of our scientist's report. Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
Okay, so we exhausted races.
What aspect of history, Captain?
Let's talk about the war.
What about the war? Earth got involved late in the game in 2112 when the Chinjesu arrived in our solar system for the first time. So let's back up a few years to 2098 when the Chinjesu super-sensitive receivers detected a strange signal from the Ophiuchi constellation. Though even the Chinjesu didn't know it, it was the first sign of the Ur-Quan's arrival. The Ur-Quan, having
that is
detected the presence of
extremely
many
fair.
sentient species, were beaming out an exulting hunting cry. The first direct evidence of the Ur-Quan's intent was the sudden conquest of the Umga, a solitary though not unfriendly species in the Orionis constellation. Chinjesu, distraught by the invasion, were further angered when the Ur-Quan turned their fleets on the hostile but weak Ilrath race. A hastily assembled defense force of Murnur.
Yeah, that's who I suspected you were.
Turned the Ur-Quan fleet aside, but the invader moved
but
since space, rapidly subjugating that race.
You're the only person I know
With each new conquest, the Ur-Quan
likely
fleet grew larger
to need
as
an
it added
alias
slave
for
vessels to its ranks.
heavy metal websites.
Earth joined the
Or heavy metal
Chinjesu
videos?
to form the Alliance of Free Stars at about the same time as the Androsynth stars fell to the Ur-Quan Armada. Before the ink was dry on our agreement,
Oh,
with
okay,
Chinjesu
they'd actually
in
do say it in the game.
2116, a new race appeared in orbit around the moon and asked for admittance to the Alliance. It was the Arilu Lalile. The timing seemed unusual, and the Arilu were definitely weird, looking like saucer men from Mars, but we were too busy cranking up our mothballed heavy industry, and we really didn't pay it much attention at the time.
Alright. Next time we'll get the next bit.
Would you like any information on any other aspect of history? Sure. Anything else? Fine. Bring back...
I'm gonna need to go resource hunting soon. Fuck, and by soon, I mean essentially now. I can't even fully fill on fuel. That's okay. Oh yeah, I do need to sell the Drew's ship. I forgot about that. Yeah, selling Druge would kinda... yeah. There we go. Oh, I forgot to fully fill on fuel. Nonetheless, I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for resources in Udwig space, which is where we're headed next. I mean, who even knows? The Druge keep slaves, so... they could be Druge, they could be... Burvixies, for all we know. Anyway. Oh, looks like our best bet. Really? Oh no, that's D. Why would you use that terrible font? Is that that? No, it's that. I hate fonts where certain letters or numbers are hard to distinguish. It really irks me that most standard default web application and browser fonts are impossible to tell the difference between a capital I and a lowercase l. I don't remember where the Ur-Quan world is, but it's around here somewhere. No, the original they didn't. In this, once you visited one, it tells you what it's close to. What constellation it's nearest.
I suppose, as a courtesy, I should extend an appropriate greeting. On behalf of the Ardwick Proctors, I truly hope,
it really is,
for your sake, that your day has been better than ours. Although this really isn't saying that much.
I'm also really amused that you saying that's so much better, from my perspective, happened at the same time that the Utwig started talking. Because one of the things the HD remix did is replace the Utwig voice actor.
What good would that do? I mean, why should we? We agonized for hours, wondering if it was a cruel twist of fate, or simply a serious case of butterfingering. Ah, the lifetimes that have been spent in the pursuit of the elusive answer to this deceptively simple question has driven many of us down the dark road of self-destruction. Indeed, even as these words strike the ears of any who care to listen, the real question is, does it matter? I cannot say. I wallow in a quandary, unable to determine what better atones for my part in the great sin. Should I engage in slow and painful self-termination? Should I commit myself to a long life of painful self-flagellation? Should I throw myself with enthusiastic verve at the problem of collective annihilation? I do not know. Even my mind writhes in anguish of indecision, lest the outcome be inadequate.
Lol.
Alright, I'll try. But you know it really doesn't matter. After all, we have a famous Atwood saying, when one loses the reason for existence, one tends to get less motivated. This goes hand in hand with the painfully appropriate credo, we broke it, so we are paying for it. Of course, this isn't really accurate. The situation is so much more hideous. Imagine, if you can, holding within your hands the answer, only to have it haunt you with its former potential. Ah, cruel irony. The loss of the Ur-Quan grieves us all. But it doesn't matter. Besides being of no concern to you, I find discussion of this matter distasteful. The Ur-Quan was not only the thing which ensures total and complete meaning of life for you and I, it is universal. I'm sure that you too are aware of this thing, if only in legend. It granted us all limitless power and knowledge. It has been since, well, rendered inoperative.
I mean, that's a horrifying story. Also raises the question of how did the child of a research mission stranded, like a military research mission, and the manual does establish I am playing as a child who was born on the planet they were stranded on. Why was there a dog?
You are kind.
So I'm probably lying.
Yield the Ur-Quan to resurrect your split, we would. But I suddenly am overcome with waves of depression. I must retire now to perform rituals of anguish.
Damn, I was hoping they would tell me where their homeworld is.
Wash across my being even now. I must go.
Actually, wait, I don't need to know where their homeworld is. I just need to find the Supox. Oh yeah, I didn't. I should. Here comes another one.
Just go away. Leave us to ponder our grief. We know nothing of this species that you mentioned. However, while we are on the subject of evil and powerful species, we have encountered a particularly gruesome race that seemed to come from the direction of Arcturus. When we hailed them, they responded with mighty weapons that sent our delegation to their deaths. Lucky fools. The aliens' dark, crusty battleships are capable of guiding spinning mines into almost any location. and should an enemy get too close, a fiery corona emerges to inflict fearsome damage. In our skirmishes with the race, who called themselves the Ur-Quan, we found that by using our own shielding capability, we could sweep through the mines, absorb the corona, and then get close enough to the dark ships to give a lick of our own. In truth, however, they are very powerful and ruthless. When the Ur-Quan started to press toward our homeworld, we thought that our deserved punishment was being administered. But then a mystery. They suddenly became disinterested and veered away. Bah! Confounding frustration. With the Ur-Quan, I could speak knowledgeably on this subject. To have this quality torn from our grasp emphasizes how meaningless our existence really is. This lack of meaning is what drives my species to the serious contemplation of a quick end. Your query once again painfully reminds me of the Ur-Quan and what it was for the universe. I could tell you all, and correct all that is wrong in the universe. All I can tell you is that the Ur-Quan live to kill. Their stated purpose is to seek out new life and new civilizations, and then annihilate them.
They love making parody versions of that Star Trek book.
That after pursuing us with some tenacity, they suddenly turned away and headed toward Gratuitous.
To be fair, this game was being developed at the height of TNG's popularity.
If only we had saved the
and therefore at the height of Star Trek's popularity.
A diving catch, a thrown pillow, even a fuzzy wampus would have broken the fall satisfactorily. Indeed, a panel convened to analyze the possibilities concluded that there were at least 623 ways the Ur-Quan could have been saved if we had been prepared. Let us cease our discussion concerning these matters. As do we. Go now, with neither malice nor joy.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Ludwig Homeworld. No! No, 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 no. 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 Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it. Stop it. Ah! No! I do not want to talk to you. Are you done spawning?
Normally, we would not bother to acknowledge your presence. But you find us in a state of moderate depression, instead of our normal cycle of self-destructive tendencies.
Oh.
Ha! To say the least, our past...
I thought they said something different at their homeworld. I guess I'm wrong.
Cataclysm that rocks the universe to its very core. It all began when a chimp rose from the murky bog and the Utwig emerged as well. In these primitive times, we cavorted about our world, oblivious to any sort of higher purpose. We took everything at face value. Meanwhile, the tendrils of the chimp infiltrated the vast sky canopies of Faz, and then the veils fell. Suddenly, the Utwig was stunned by a collective realization. all immediately and urgently donned veils of every description. Hides, leaves, shells, rocks, and even living drells were donned in the early days. You see, the face is the mechanism that expresses many of the primitive qualities that hinder sentience. Now rid of the constant reminders of greed, rage, hatred, and lust.
As any actor will tell you,
was no longer
wearing a mask
constant reminders of the primitive
actually makes you, any actor, psychologist, whatever, wearing a cosplayer, wearing a mask actually makes you feel less inhibited.
Infrastructure. But the result was better mask regulation, specification from your basic mask of grueling but necessary activity to the most highly decorated countenance and stellar representation. These were clearly defined. Recognizing the importance of flexibility, clear-cut and efficient procedures for revision and redesign dealt with the few anomalies. From that moment when we covered the source of our intellectual oppression, we knew that it was a grand purpose that defined our destiny. Are you still listening? Our entire development as a sentient species was coordinated to coincide with the appearance of a remarkable device, the Ur-Quan. We were oblivious to its tragic implication. In order for you to truly understand the situation, you need to know more about the Ur-Quan and its unique capabilities. You see, when the Druge discovered the Ur-Quan, they knew that it was ours. The Druge were compelled by intrinsic, universal direction to take it to where it has always belonged. They brought it to us. Oh, the Ur-Quan. It assured total and complete meaning of life for all. The universal. With the Ur-Quan in hand, I could sense not only your motivations and desires, but your purpose. I could act upon these things in ways that would most likely seem mysterious, if not, well, daft. Years later, you would herald our participation in your development as the turning point for your species. The Druge were only one of the few to benefit in this way. Even now, they are puzzled by the way we rewarded them for the delivery of the Ur-Quan to its correct place. In 24 years, 2 months, and 3 days, they will all dance the dance of jubilation. Indeed, the Ur-Quan has allowed us to fundamentally change the Druge forever. The Supox too received many benefits from our use of the Ur-Quan. They can testify to its power. Yes, things were perfect. What happened is, well,
pretty much divided between the magic feather from Dumbo.
I saw it happen. I witnessed
and
the all celebration. I felt the Ur-Quan fill the empty place that I did not know was there.
Yeah.
I saw the Grand Proctor pass it to, well, they
some
say
kind
the
of,
chief grew
you know
that it was so heavy and slippery.
Exactly.
A combination of factors. Some who have reviewed the records claim that it was actually a conspiracy. The commission investigation officially stated that the Ur-Quan was rendered inoperative by the fall to the ground, yet many feel that the whole story has not yet been told. As it struck the ground, I saw its glow fade, and then the painful void incapacitated all. All Utwig immediately donned the mask of ultimate embarrassment and shame, with a vow to wear it forever. Bonfires all over Fars consumed all but this mask. No other mask was spared. The visage of ceremonial orations in all its contexts and revisions, as I'm sure you understand. All of the courting masks, from the clever and intriguing veil of flirtatious prancing to the infamous lewd monocle, all were consumed by the hungry flames. Even the most fundamental fixtures were committed to this irreversible fate. The mask of natural bodily excretions once hung in every lavatory.
The other side of the divide is that it's sort of like the inverse of the Tylo shield. It enhances psychic powers of people in the vicinity.
We gave the broken device to our allies, the Supox, who live at Beta League.
Because there are a few hints that it actually does do something for the.
Suggested that we use the precursor relic as a form of self-punishment. The proposal was that we collectively go to the second moon of the sixth planet of Zeta
Huh.
Pleiades at coordinates
The audio and the subtitles are out of sync.
937.2, and use the ancient planetarian device to end our existence.
Anyway,
After much
yeah, there are a few hints,
we decided
particularly
that we
from the
deserved to
Druge
suffer.
at the end of
We can
this
use the bomb
little
if we ever decide the
subquest,
time is right. In the meantime, we atone for our
that it
past
actually does do
our
something
collective misery. I
to
suddenly see
enhance the
asthma
Utwig.
depression. I must go. As do we. Go now, with neither malice nor joy.
Okay, so I think that did give me some extra information that I actually needed to come here for. Because I think... Yeah, I think so. I think the timing on the new voice acting is slightly different from the old voice acting, but for whatever programming reasons, they can't fix that. Probably, but that is the problem with open source projects. Ah yes, that gave me the location of the Supox. And I think also activated a required flag from the Supox. But yeah, no, that's the problem with open source projects, is people do a neat thing and then leave it. Without going back and, like, fixing any issues it had. The other problem with open source projects, of course, is people were falling over each other to fix the Utwig voice, but nobody wanted to tackle the Shofixti.
Greetings, fellow carbon creatures. May your roots always be well watered.
I like the Supox a lot, too.
I am Captain Ala Lala. We come in peace. Our starship is called the Tender Shoot.
By the way, for those of you who weren't here for the first session and haven't watched my STO streams, I name all ships in everything, basically, after fictional redheads. So I named the flagship for this after Yoko Littner. Because ancient technology found underground being used to rise up against oppressors from space.
We are the Supox Utricularia
From Earth.
Oh, yes. We apologize for the confusion. Our home world is also called Earth. Or more properly, Fleck. Which means perfectly good and nutritious dirt. Earth is pretty close, is it not?
That might be what it was. They may have restored something that got cut between the PC and 3DO versions. There was some dialogue, for whatever reason, some dialogue was cut from the 3DO version, which is the one that the voice acting comes from. In fact, the code base for the open source project is the 3DO version.
We learn and we adapt. We are symbionts. Our first step in making friends is always to copy them. This is our idiom. Our kind evolved on a beautiful planet, orbiting the wonderfully green-hued star Roots. From the canopy of
No such thing as green stars, for the same reason that there's no such thing as green hot.
Our species has flowered and grown well. Early in our evolution, We adapted to exist in symbiosis with other hardier life, both flora and fauna, who supplied us with nutrients, while we supplied them with reproductive assistance.
Plants can't be intelligent. Our science fiction writers proved it.
This has been confirmed by our people as well.
Another great bit of dialogue, my main.
Strange, is it not? Many of our people regard this inconsistency as proof of our divine origin.
Pretty sure that was a dig at intelligent design folks, which were kinda just starting to be a thing when this game came out.
Oh, yes. We have a
And do deserve
strong
many a
bond
dig.
with Ludwig. They have been the foundation around which we have grown our star-faring culture. We are not only allies, but we are also friends. You should go meet with them. They could use some excitement. You see, they are a little depressed and morose right now. Usually, they are most festive and fun. They broke their Ultron. The Druge, the cruel, salad trading race who sold the device to the Ur-Quan, called the device the
I mean, the other piece of evidence that the Ultron does something is that the Druge thought that it was worthless and tried to trick the Ludwig into trading something valuable for it, which is exactly what happened with us with the Rosy Sphere, and the Rosy Sphere is necessary to beat the game.
That they were vapid fools to buy a piece of junk for a planet's ransom. We went along with the falsehood, and in doing so showed our own stupidity. Then, one sad day a few years ago, the Ur-Quan Proctor dropped the Ultron during a particularly energetic and festive ritual. Now the Ur-Quan are morose and depressed. They feel they cannot ever achieve greatness because they lost the powers of the Ultron. They even gave the broken device to us, saying that they couldn't stand the sight of it anymore. We are worried that the Ur-Quan are so depressed that they may use their ultimate weapon. Here, you take the Ultron. Maybe you can do something with it.
I note that the dialogue option, which makes them hostile, is not available before they give you the Ultron, which I'm pretty sure is one of those we don't want to make the game unwinnable things.
We thought that if we could get the Ultron working again, it would cheer them up. So, we tried to figure out how to fix the darn thing, or at least get some of the flashing bits working again. But for all the Druge's falsehoods, the Ultron is some kind of artifact, and we could not synthesize the necessary replacement parts. Perhaps on your journeys, you will find the elements necessary to repair the Ultron. Then you could give it to the Ur-Quan, and maybe they wouldn't be so depressed.
So I believe we have everything we need to do it. So, the broken Ultron in each stage of repairing the Ultron does have, like, descriptions given by the captain, but they're not very, or not the captain, the Starbase commander. They're not very interesting. I'm just gonna fix it. And now we have a perfect Ultron. However, since you guys did express some interest in what it actually is, let's see what our science guys have to say about it. I just don't want to fly in and out of the Starbase 4 times to get all of them. That seems excessive for something that isn't actually all that interesting. No, not serious. Soul. I did not, but I did look up good places to get them, so I'm gonna do that. I just want the description, really.
Captain, The analysis reads as follows. Subject, Ultron. Data. We have determined that the so-called Ultron is in fact the appendages of Dawn, described in the precursor fragment found on Rigel in 2123. In the partially translated precursor text, the device is described as a mental amplifier which focuses mental energies of the holder for the purpose of discrete change. Unfortunately, human brain emanations do not seem compatible with the Ultron, nor do those of the allied species we have tested.
So yeah,
perhaps the Utwig who claim to understand this device can
the fan debate is less about what does the Ultron do after we repair it, and more about was it working when the Druid gave it to the Utwig or not. We have not helped the Zokfot pick yet because I want to do one more round of ship upgrades before that.
What about the war?
So we did the first one. What happened during the war?
At the start of the war, here on Earth, we were working like crazy, churning out hundreds
Be right back.
of cruisers and smaller support vehicles. The Ur-Quan were busy too. Unbeknownst to us, they had moved down towards the Luton Star Group and were attacking the Vux, who only the Yehat knew existed. Our botched first contact with the Vux took place in 2119, and it was the biggest single mistake we made during the war. After defeating the Vux, the Ur-Quan fleets ran smack into the combined might of the Yehat and Shofixti, supported by the first wave of our cruisers. Again, the Ur-Quan turned away from the hard spot to attack the weak, though we just thought they were running away. In fact, the Ur-Quan had found another independent alien race, the Mycon, in the Brahi constellation. The Mycon's voluntary submission to the Ur-Quan brought the return of the Ur-Quan fleets, now swollen with 100 devastating Mycon pod ships. The last entrance
I'm pretty sure
Cyrene, a race of space gypsies who had escaped the hierarchy.
That's a slur, kids. Don't use it.
Into human space.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure you have unlimited time to help the Zokfot pick. I sure hope so.
Like any information on any other aspect of history. Sure.
I mean, he hasn't said anything about our supply of captains being cut off or anything.
Fine. Is there?
And their region of space is still there.
Be careful.
Actually, I'm not gonna buy fuel. And I don't need crew. Okay, well, maybe I should go rescue them now then. I think I can beat one Korra ship. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a sec till Benny answers that one. I mean, I'll still go into quasi-space, because I gotta do that either way, but... Nah, I like to live dangerously. Okay, so I want to go to, F. Right, it's down here. And hey, that just happens to be close to the best resource planet in the game. So, kill two Korra with one stone. Alpha Token go? The hell? Oh, there it is. Well, hopefully I'll get to Alpha Token A before that happens. Oh god, something spawned directly in front of me. That's bad. Okay, so I haven't gone to Unzervault then. Time for the words.
You have spoken words, and you have spoken them rightly. We will tell you our reasons why we slay all other sentient life. We've all got a hostile world. The descendants of...
Oh, you're right. It says the thing about leaving the nest. I guess it's the first non-Unzervault Ur-Quan I've encountered.
Was on a team planetfall that one of our million scout ships first met the Dinyari. They were evilly intelligent creatures who could control the minds of others. They wanted to rule the universe. We had no choice but to give it to them. For thousands of years, we were unthinking slaves to the Dinyari. The Dinyari had a special liking for us Ur-Quan.
The Ur-Quan backstory is really good.
To tinker with our genes. They built Ur-Quan sub-races.
I mean, they do a really good job of it being like, okay, the Ur-Quan had it rough, but at the same time without suggesting in the slightest that it justifies what they do.
The secret to defeating the Dinyari, we destroyed them. Then we decided that we would never again be slaves. We would follow the path of now and forever.
I remember hanging out on the pages of Now and Forever back in the day.
All other intelligent life in the galaxy. We had slaves shielded in one world. When we learned that the black Ur-Quan, under a leader, Gra, had devised the eternal doctrine, which called for the cleansing, the annihilation of all non-Ur-Quan sentient life. Before we could stop them, they burned the Yoktar race's whole world, and were on their way to the planet of the last remaining free race. We met the Korra in orbit above that planet. We confronted them. They would not submit. We fought. When our battle was done, the Korra were defeated. We exiled them, sent the remnant of the Korra fleet into the unknown reaches of the galaxy. Then we began our own migration, moving around the galaxy in the opposite direction
from the fact that they met back up here, the implication then would be that the Ur-Quan homeworld is like precisely opposite side of the galaxy, which kind of makes hash of the fact that the Ta'elo are here, but the milieu covered 500 light years. It would have had to have been a lot more than that. You actually can surrender. It ends the game. Probably should have saved before I talked to them. But, I mean, I'm just gonna run away anyway. Well... No, if I didn't save, I'm not gonna risk Fuifo. Come on, 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 come on. Yes! Okay, good.
We sense something ancient. A sickly smell.
Oh, right, we've got a Zinyari on board.
My ancestors scream from within their chambers in my mind, but I cannot understand their words. This feeling, a memory, it sickens us, and for the first time in our lives, for the first time in generations, we fear we are the Ur-Quan Core. We cleanse our destiny. You will soon die. Make whatever rituals are necessary for your species.
I actually prefer the Korra response to the words. You get some interesting details that the Ur-Quan don't give you.
The words. The words. The words. Alien, you have spoken the words. You have spoken them rightly. We will explain to you about the Dinyari, our slave masters. The Ta'elo, our only friends, whom we exterminated. And our reasons why we cleanse the galaxy of all other sentient life. We have explained this before, over 20,000 years ago. Your words, why do you do this thing? Echo that ancient plea. You see, alien, we were a proud and mighty race, who were cruelly enslaved. For thousands of years we had no free will. We were nothing more than tools. Never again will anyone enslave our people. We cleanse the galaxy of such threats. We evolved on a hostile world, the descendants of solitary hunters. In a world where one species is the dominant killer, one's only threat is one's brother, one's sister, anyone of one's species. Civilization did not come easily to us.
Yeah, in that scenario, how would you even develop language?
Mastered our hatreds and murderous desires to form a mighty culture. In those ancient days, there was no Core-Ah or Kazerza, only the Ur-Quan. We explored our world, and then the space beyond. Here we met the 6 races of the sentient milieu. Here we met the Ta'elo, the only species we ever called friend. Our association with the Ta'elo and the milieu lasted for 3,000 years. We, the Ur-Quan, who could not tolerate the presence of others, became the milieu's scouts, their solitary explorers. Of all the species we have met, only the Ta'elo did not trigger.
Which makes it fascinating that the Chinjesu are the Ur-Quan's alliance counterpart.
Without the hunter inside us screaming, kill the interloper, rip out its life. We believe that the same factors that made the Tylo non-threatening to us, their unusual rock-like biology, also gave the Tylo natural immunity to the Dinyari's psychic compulsion. The Dinyari would not permit this. After they had conquered all 6 of the other races in the milieu, they commanded us to attack the Tylo, and we did. The Tylo would not fight back. They died.
And they experimented with whatever the hell pretty space is, which is why the Urs find their planet so much fun. It's unclear if pretty space is where the Urs are from, or yet another alternate dimension beyond quasi-space, below, and hyperspace, and normal space.
It was on a routine planetfall that one of our
Real space
scout ships first met the Dinyari, the creatures you know as our talking pets. But the Dinyari were different then. They were evilly intelligent and wielded psychic powers to control the minds of others. They wanted to rule the universe. We had no choice but to give it to them. Our Ur-Quan scout ships transported the Dinyari through the milieu. The war for dominance, such as it was quick and bloodless. Within weeks, the Dinyari controlled all races but one, the Tylo. For thousands of years, we were unthinking slaves to the Dinyari. Like the 5 other surviving races of the old milieu, we had no choice. The Dinyari's compulsion was too strong to resist. But the Dinyari were not satisfied with their slave races. The Yuli and the Drawl were inferior, they decided, and so they instructed us to incinerate their worlds, and we did. The Dinyari had a special liking for us, Ur-Quan, so they began to tinker with our genes, to improve us, their favored slaves. Their efforts to split the Ur-Quan into 2 sub-races, the Green Ur-Quan, affect scientists and bureaucrats.
Pretty sure it's pronounced defeat.
Black Ur-Quan, their effectuators, the builders, the fighters, the doers. The core are the Black Ur-Quan, the Kazers.
That's plausible.
I grow tired of talking alien, and your time grows short. I will continue for but a moment longer. When we discovered that intense pain could block the Dinyari's mental powers, we were able to destroy them, but it took years. Can you imagine, alien, what it must have been like to wear an excruciator? To live in endless screaming pain for months on end? No, you cannot.
I mean, there are some humans who can. Some disabilities are really nasty.
No, it is not. There is more you must hear. When the war was over, the great core rose from our ranks and declared the path of now and forever. We would cleanse the galaxy.
I like how both sides claim that theirs is the path of now and forever.
We had cleansed one of the 3 remaining milieu races, and were in orbit around a second's home world. From the surface came a plea, identical to the words you spoke a few moments ago. The one-eyed creatures, the male gnome, asked so simply, so clearly.
And right there is why you can buy this entire story from the Melnorm.
While
And why I pronounce it Melnorm rather than Melnorme as the voice actors
they
do.
would not permit us to destroy.
Because they're obviously the male gnome.
Enslaved, yes. Imprison, yes. But never destroy. The moment was tense. Someone opened fire. The first doctrinal war had begun. While we fought, the male gnome escaped. We never found them again. When our battle was done, we, the core, were defeated. However, the Kazertza let us go. We were exiled. We traveled through space. We built the strength of our battle fleets, and continued our plan to cleanse threats from the galaxy for all Ur-Quan. You have heard our words. and perhaps you understand.
I thought they said Xurza came up with the Path of Now and Forever.
It is time for us to cleanse you.
Also, I forget, did the Ur-Quan mention who they slave shielded? Of the, That's not good. That's a bit better. Yeah. Very upgraded flagships are kind of terrifying. But yeah, did the Ur-Quan mention who of the milieu they slave shielded? Or is that information not from the words? I mean, I know what the answer is. I'm just, like, the answer to the question of who they slave shielded. I just don't remember if they said it.
To deflect the energy blasts away from our city. Unfortunately, large sections of our beautiful wilderness have been annihilated. Entire ecosystems destroyed.
Oh, that makes me really mad. I mean, attacking helpless, intelligent...
Okay, thank you both. I guess my paying attention capacity is not as high as it could be. Trying to divide my attention between the game and the chat and talking to y'all.
Well, in that case, better those jukes and narcs than us, right?
Captain, it is clear that in matters of war, you are more capable than ourselves. With this in mind, we would like to give you our 4 finest starships and crew. I hope they bring you many victories.
I mean, I'm gonna trade them for resources, so that's something.
Been pretty quiet, Captain. Nothing new to report.
Are you crazy? What about the Grungy Championships?
Why should we tell the Earth Captain about that? He wouldn't be interested.
Oh, yeah? How do you know?
Because I'm not even interested. Nobody with any brains is interested in Grungy.
Well, what about me, huh? I love Grungy. It's a sport of kings.
Gee.
Oh, all right. He wouldn't know any of the kings anyway.
No, we have nothing new to report.
Nope, not a thing.
And I think I already exhausted all the specific information options, so...
Captain, see ya!
Okay. Ruby World. Yeah, I thought that the Xurza called their own path Now and Forever, and the Korra path the Eternal Doctrine. But at the same time, like, my attention is divided. Most resource-rich single planet in the game. With upgraded lander capacity, it was almost 2.5 landers of pure purples. Okay, so I guess we resolved that. I'm gonna explore the rest of this system and see if there's anything else good. Though I'm not... I mean, compared to a planet with over 5,000 RUs on it, probably not, but there might be something. Meh. Not worth landing on. Ooh, that's not bad. Oh, I'm full up, aren't I? Yeah, less than 1 fuel, it is definitely worth landing for something that fat. Well, radioactive's that fat, anyway. And I may as well pick up some vanadium while I'm down here, but I'm not going to land for more. And if I fill up, I can dump it. About 16. When I get down to 20 or leave this system, whichever happens first, I'll head back to Earth. Or below 20, I should say. Meh. Okay. Let's do that red one up there. And the green one orbit in from it. Did I do that red one? Oh yeah, that's the Ruby World. Duh. Wait, is that also a very small Ruby World? No. It's probably a Dust World. Man. There's a YouTube video that I saw recently that interviews... Oh, there's a blue one there, isn't there? Interviews the creators of the game, Fred Ford and Paul Ritchie, which is how I know he pronounces it Ritchie, not Reich or Reich or anything like that. Yeah, you know, greens are probably the lower limit of what I will land for. Oh, I'm nearly full. Anyway, in the interview, they talked about how they designed the planets. I'm going to very briefly look at the other ones. If there's one that's really good, I'll dump stuff and land on it, but... So yeah, they initially they like went on this whole development kind of dead end where they were trying this really complicated thing of making scientifically accurate procedurally generated planets they could put in the game. Oh shit. A lump of purples. Well, that's worth dumping a bunch of whites for. Yeah, but remember, purples have a 25x multiplier. That was just several hundred I picked up. That was worth dumping a few dozen worth of white ones for. Anyway, so yeah, they went down this whole side path, and it failed, and then, I mean, they stuck with the idea of generating the planets and then putting their data in the game, but they made it much less scientifically accurate in order to make it more narratively interesting, is what they were going for. So, like, the idea was that some planets would have a story. And then, like, an implied story. And then, for some reason, the procedural generation decided unexpectedly to spit out a bunch of rainbow-toned planets. So they came up with the entire Rainbow World side quest from that. Nope. Probably there's nothing else in this system, but I just want to make sure before I leave. For a second I thought that planet's spot was, like, rotating across. Okay. Let's get out of this region of space. We probably got about 6,000 to 7,000 RUs from that trip, so that's a pretty good system. There is some kind of small moth that must have gotten in through my screen, since I do have the window slightly open because the lights make it really hot when I'm recording. When we get to a long dialogue, I'll see if I can pull it up and dump a link in the chat. Anyway, yeah, there's a moth fluttering around the lights, and it's a bit distracting. So, now that I've saved them, I pretty much just need to...
Ah, Captain, I'm glad you're back.
Give the Ur-Quan to the Utwig, get their bomb.
More fuel for the fire. Certainly. What? The Ur-Quan came roaring through
and
tried to push
then
the Indian
it's the end of the game.
Systems. Their onslaught was barely repulsed. Counterattack made hardly.
I'm doing okay on water, but a break is probably not a bad idea.
Over the following 10 years,
I'm gonna go refill the filter. And yeah, you can make your food truck run.
This must have been about the time the science research mission was sent to the planet of Vela. Our fleets were pushed back from the Indy-Mira line beyond Raynet. Holding Rigel caused grievously in Chenjesu forces, and the Ur-Quan, recognizing this weakness, shifted to focus the brunt of their forces on Procyon. That was the last we heard from the Chenjesu and the Murnaher. A few weeks later, waves of ships hit us from all directions. When Ceres Station, our outpost on the asteroid belt, fell to the hierarchy, we knew we were beaten, but we fought on anyway. 3 days later, the Ur-Quan vaporized our last remaining laser forts on the moon, and the dreadnoughts took up geosynchronous position above Rome, Moscow, Beijing, Tokyo, London, Buenos Aires, and Washington. We'd lost the war, and we knew it. But the Ur-Quan decided to make it real clear. And that's why if you check any of our most recent maps, you won't find Buenos Aires. After the UN submitted their formal surrender, we were given a week to decide the nature of our servitude. The Ur-Quan demanded that the decision be made through popular vote. When all the votes were tallied, Earth chose not to fight for the Ur-Quan. We had become a fallow slave world. We were given a month to withdraw all of our people and equipment to Earth. Anyone or anything left off planet would be destroyed after the
So yeah, I think this is gonna end up being the last session, because I'm pretty sure I can beat the game within the next hour.
500 years old were to be abandoned. We didn't know what the Ur-Quan meant until they moved their dreadnoughts into new orbital positions and opened fire on the surface with their fusion weapons. In seconds, large sections of London, Paris, and other European cities were incinerated. At first, we thought they were going to annihilate us after all. And we noticed they were also striking such targets as the Giza Pyramids, the Parthenon in Athens, and Stonehenge. Curiously, the United States was almost untouched. The flaming rain lasted 40 hellish hours. It took days after we crawled from our smoldering shelters to realize what the Ur-Quan had done. Our new masters had targeted every building, monument, or other man-made construction older than 500 years and destroyed it. In those 2 days, we lost most of the history of mankind. In some cases, the Ur-Quan destroyed places we did not even suspect were significant. From their positions in orbit, the dreadnoughts blew away a kilometer.
I remember the pillars from the Lovecraftian mythos.
Vaporized several targets in the Amazon rainforest.
Any number of things to do with the source of that. That's the Mountains of Madness from Lovecraft.
Under the surface,
or rather, the city beyond them. And that's Atlantis.
Then, just a couple of days later, the shield went up, and our contact with the outside world stopped. The next time I saw the stars was 8 years ago, when I was transferred up here to be the new commander of this starbase. Would you like? Sure. Fine. Beat.
Actually, before I buy fuel... Zokfot ships are contenders for worst in the game, along with the Umga and the Shovitsky. Well, okay. that give me enough to purchase? No. Okay. Actually, I need to pee. I'll be right back. And where are... Which one do I want? I want that one. Actually, I think I might... This might be when I have to go to their homeland. Which hopefully I can remember where it is. Oh, come on! It's... Beta Aquari? Maybe? No, it was the one that was... Is it Alpha? I think it's Alpha Aquari. Clearly not. Beta it is. Yep. Nope. Fuck. Come on. There we go.
Alien vessel. Grieve for the loss of both the Utwig and the universe at large. Should I set my gaze upon such a sight, I might suffer sleepless nights for years on end. It is a symbol of the collective Utwig failure. It is our ultimate tragedy. Every divot, every crack on its surface is etched forever in my soul. Remove it from my sight, lest I purge my... Hey, it is not the devastated Ur-Quan. It is the image of the Ur-Quan before. trick. A trick? Oh, I had no idea that any species could sink so low. How dare you try to manipulate me with that cheap stage prop? Why, it's not even... Hey, wait a second. It looks like... Can it be? Yes, it is a miracle. Oh, happy day. Joyous occasion. You have our eternal thanks, good captain. You will be immortalized as the blessed figure that delivered unto us our future. We will revere your very likeness. Let me take the Ur-Quan. Yes, I feel the link, the knowledge, and the power. It seems that there is much to do. Indeed, it seems that you should proceed to the second moon of the sixth planet of Zeta Hyades, and take what you find there. We no longer have need for it. But the Ur-Quan reveals that you will. I thank you for your part in the grand scheme. We now recover that which is ours via destiny, and proceed to perform our essential service for the universe. But wait! The Ur-Quan throbs and whistles. Matters of significance are being relayed to our brains. Oh, it has been so long since we communicated with the Ultimate in such a manner. But slowly, the truth is revealed. Our destiny. We have been directed to join with our Supox allies and attack... you! No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry. We attack your enemies. The Ur-Quan and the Ur-Quan. No, that's not quite right either.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Also, this is the exact opposite of the Umga.
Black ships, only the Ur-Quan. In addition, we will grant you the
they
Jugger starship
became an ally, then changed their minds and attacked us. They're about to attack us, and then change their minds.
I can also say with certainty that our allies, the Supox, will give you the same assistance. Together, we shall defeat the Ur-Quan, or at least provide you with a few more months to find a more permanent solution. Now, Captain, we must leave to prepare our battle fates.
And yeah, this is one of the two things you can do to delay the Korra defeating the Ur-Quan. The other, of course, being sending the Thradish at them. Together, they add about a year to the time limit. And now that we have them as ally... Oh, wait, I didn't go the... Oh, god damn it. I 100% forgot I still had to actually go to Zeta Hyades. I am dumb. That's the one I want, right? Yep. That was dumb of me. I forgot I hadn't actually gone and gotten their ultimate weapon yet. Thradish and Elrod Space are both shrinking rapidly. Aha! I believe it's the gas giant I want. Yep.
appointed representatives of the Crimson Corporation merely come to obtain the fair and reasonable payment for our goods. We traveled to this region of space years ago to sell the useless Ultron device to the Ur-Quan. We knew even then of the weapon on the surface below us. This was to be our price. But the Ur-Quan used a clever ploy to cheat us. I had convinced the morose Ur-Quan fools that the Ultron was the answer to all of their pitiful dreams. Powers? The Proctor's wine. Will it give us the powers we crave? I assured them that, yes, the Ultron would give them the second sight. The Ultron would allow them to see into the past and the future. The Ultron would slowly imbue each of them.
I like how
secret powers of great significance.
Discworld handles Second Sight with Mrs. K, and how they handle First Sight with Tiffany. That's a great concept. The mystical power to see what's actually there.
Enough foolishness. We will take the precursor device from the surface and then leave. Thereafter, I may see fit to bequeath the entire planet to you, Captain, for your invaluable services in the past, provided you need them.
No.
Liar! It is we who are the genuine owners, not you, Captain. Those many years ago, when we offered the Ultron to the Ur-Quan, how they capered and laughed at their good fortune.
You tried to cheat them, it didn't work. Suck it up.
Just for a moment. To close the deal, I permitted this. A grievous mistake. The moment the High Proctor touched the Ultron, her body arched and her eyes rolled back in her head. She began to babble meaningless phrases and howl like a beast. We had expected the Ur-Quan to fall for our sell, to buy the useless device, but never with such gusto. Their self-doubt and lack of clear reason left them vulnerable to our every manipulation. But then, the Proctor's body relaxed, and her eyes slowly closed. When they reopened, her visual orbs shone with a wild and frightening light. This is all we could have dreamed of, and more, she intoned. And now, through gesture...
And of course, this is evidence for the it actually does something side. That it empowered her to see right through their cheat.
Feed your thoughts directly to me. Do not speak. I know that you desire.
Also, what they desired actually was ancient
That the
artifacts.
Ultron was a farce and could do no such thing.
Oh, sorry, we didn't get to that part yet.
The Proctor continued.
Well, an object of great antiquity.
The Crimson Corporation desired an object of great antiquity, something of secret function and value. Very well, it shall be done. And with that, we were led to a small vault. The Proctor ceremoniously opened the door of the vault and explained that we had been of such great service. All of the treasures within were now ours. Inside we found a hodgepodge of ancient, useless artifacts, the glowing rod, an absurd trident.
Those are both things they try to sell you for 100 crew each.
I could see no way to salvage the disastrous situation at that time. But when I heard of you, your travels, and your foolish quest for freedom, I realized that you could be the agent of our justice. And lo, it is so. You have heard our justification. It is valid and unassailable.
It's bullshit is what it is.
Go and do not return. No, you will not. We know your soul, young captain. It is no brighter than ours.
You do slave trading? I don't.
We revel in it. You are the dishonest one. hiding your shame in shadows. You fabricate justifications.
Are other people seeing what's going on?
Yet, we are
Heck, I can see the stream.
But now you stand in our way.
On,
You will not be moved.
I'm logged into YouTube on another computer, and I can see it.
To our ledger of hatred. But first, die, child, die!
Also, I do have the quote-unquote DVR setting on, so you should be able to backtrack and see older parts of the stream. Of course, you probably can't hear me saying that right now. Oh. I'm sorry about that. Not be on their direct line of fire. Yeah. A mostly fully upgraded flagship is freaking terrifying. Druge are among the more powerful ships in the game. Interesting. That's probably because of the DVR setting being on. Report from surface. We found a huge precursor device on the planet's surface. A giant black cylinder set within a simple defensive grid. We have already neutralized the grid. Ugh. Well, actually, Jenkins just drove through it by accident, but that seemed to work. The artifact is covered with precursor script, and although we can't translate all of the writing, it is pretty clear that it is a warning, repeated again and again. The energy output of this artifact is scary. It rivals all our ship's engines at Redline. If I may be so bold, Captain, I would advise that we not experiment with this device until we are back at the starbase. We shall now return to the ship with the black cylinder device carefully stored in the cargo area. Let's... Yeah, Druge ships have absurd range. It's one of the things that makes them so powerful. I did save, right? Let's try using the device we just found. Yeah. Instant game over. I like that little touch. That, like, the game doesn't try to stop you from using it, doesn't warn you, doesn't give you any kind of game over notice. It's just, boom, back to the main menu. And when you hear what the bomb is, Benny, you'll understand why they did that. So I take it we're now past the point in the game you got to. Damn it. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Okay. From your reaction, I thought it was something you hadn't seen before. Oh, god damn it. I don't want to go to the moon. The moon sucks.
Good to see you again, Captain. I know you're busy,
Oh,
but
right.
I've got some news. A race of plant creatures called the Supox have arrived in your absence, Captain. They offered use of their ship designs and will supply you as many starship captains as we require. I, of course, accepted their offer immediately. Also, a small contingent of Utwig has visited.
Yes,
After
yes they
spending
are.
2 days setting up our fabricators to build their
They will still
younger
trade with me at
starship
their homeworld if I
and
remember
providing us
correctly,
with
but
a
they will
few
attack
capable
me in
commanders,
space.
They departed. Captain, if you continue to build such strong alliances, we will surely win our battle against the Ur-Quan. The analysis reads as follows. Subject, Utwig bomb device. Data, analysis has yielded little information about this device, largely because of our technicians' unwillingness to open it or even remove the bomb from your ship. That aside, here's what we know so far. The device is correctly defined as a bomb, one of enormous destructive potential, but it's not of Utwig origin. Nothing about it relates to the technology we see in the Jugger ship. We believe it to be of late precursor origin, though it somewhat resembles certain Chenjesu technology. Its original function? Probably a planeteering tool for dispersing unwanted moons. Summary? Unless there's a strong reason to do otherwise, do not activate this device. Leave it alone. Any experimentation should be conducted at least 12 astronomical units from this starbase, and preferably a bit further. That's the end of our scientist's report.
Precursors have devices for getting rid of unsightly and unwanted extra moons.
Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
A reminder that this absurdly OP ship we've been flying is a precursor tug.
Can you be more specific?
No, that's not what I wanted.
What else?
I wanted the last bit of
We
historical
have
data.
some data on this subject. What do you want to know about?
It's an odd thing, isn't it? And yes, AU is the average radius of Earth orbit. 12 AU is pretty far out in the solar system.
Well, you probably know more about them than I do, but here goes. About 200,000 years ago, when our great-to-the-nth grandparents were just starting to play with stone knives and bearskins, a star-faring species suddenly appeared on the galactic scene and spread like wildfire. We found evidence of their presence just about everywhere, from an orbital platform on Alpha Centauri to a stack of data plates in a cave on Pluto to some nameless widget found in a voodoo shop in New Orleans. We never found a precursor body or even a picture of one. We can conjecture what they look like by examining the scale and layout of their equipment. Such an analysis indicates they were giants, say 5 to 8 meters tall and twice as wide. I don't know if they looked more like a brontosaur or an elephant. Anyway, about 3,000 years after the precursors made their dramatic appearance, they vanished. Poof! As far as we can tell, it took less than a decade to happen. You mean besides the precursors? Well, the only information we have is secondhand based on some research by a Chenjesu historian that I read at the Academy. Zensurtsak, the historian, found some evidence that there was a group of alien races who formed an interstellar empire not too far from here about 22,000 years ago. The only species in this empire who actually lived in our region of space was a race of rock-like creatures who lived in the Vulpeculae constellation. The presence of the hostile androsynth in that part of space severely limited Zensurtsak's research. He never even found out the race's name. Yes, there is. Aside from the precursor relics we have found on Earth, often in museums mislabeled as modern art, we've discovered disturbing evidence of much more recent visitation. Perhaps you're already aware that during the mid to late 20th century, there were unaccountable UFO sightings as well as dozens of reported encounters with alien life forms. Although we can discount many of the reports as wishful fabrication or traumatic translation, the military authorities of the time kept a secret record of the incidents which were legitimate. In each such case, the aliens are almost identical in appearance. They have white skin and minimal facial features except for huge almond-shaped eyes, which are often described as glowing or luminescent.
They're the
This
Arilu.
description fits almost perfectly the Arilu Lalile.
I just looked it up.
In most of the legitimate accounts, the
12
people
AU
involved described being
is
physically
a little
examined
under
and
2
modified by
light
the
hours,
aliens. In some cases,
which
unusual
is about the
pregnancies
distance to
occurred in
Pluto.
almost every instance. There were repeat visitations as though the Arilu Lalile were doing checkups on their subjects. We never got the chance to confront the Arilu Lalile about what they did to us and why. I wonder if we ever will. Would you like information?
So that's all the history stuff.
Sure. Fine. Blow up an Earth.
And now, it is time for the last thing you have to do before the end game. And no, I'm not bothering to get more fuel or crew yet. I want to go to... which is... this one right here, it looks like. I just noticed the little spinning blue thing in the stream. That is in the stream and not on my computer, right? Oh, that's actually on my computer. Never mind. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, this is the wrong thing. We already did that. You're not wrong. Parsecs are definitely more interesting than AUs, in the sense that they have a more complex definition. Also, the Chijesu homeworld is a frickin' Ruby world.
We are free. You have flooded our synthesis mechanisms with a wealth of radiant energy. What was supposed to take decades has been accomplished in seconds. The process is incomplete, yet we have emerged. We are the Chimera. Why have you interrupted the process?
Yeah.
Your need must be great for you to have risked so much just to bring us from beneath the...
Oh, you're right, it is a Sapphire world.
We were not ready, but this is now in the past. What is done. You are intent on stopping the Ur-Quan. Very well. We are prepared to assist you in whatever way we can. We must first tell you that even before we were placed under the slave shield, we realized that the only way to truly defeat the Ur-Quan was to first destroy their precursor battle platform, the Sumatra. This vessel was responsible for the victory of the hierarchy over the Alliance. When it was brought to bear against our worlds, we could not resist it. This must be your priority. This must be your eventual goal. We know what is necessary to achieve this end. But first, we must know what you have already learned. So we will scan the data banks and logs aboard your ship. There. The process is complete.
That was
Now
fast.
we can discuss what you must do. You need to locate the Ur-Quan.
Also, this is a really good Nomad from Star Trek impression.
If you cannot find it yourself, ask those others who are near the Ur-Quan. Perhaps they will know.
Wait, what?
Detected the presence of a Nyarian
Am I not
ship.
ready for endgame yet?
The being is darkly evil and incredibly dangerous. The Tallow device you possess has effectively nullified the creature's power over you. However, it will do a most excellent job distracting the Ur-Quan long enough for you to approach the Sumatra and destroy it. You possess an antimatter bomb. This is good. But had you activated it, the device would have annihilated your ship and everything else within 500 kilometers. Even so, we will have to improve this device, magnify its power with our crystal technology. The destructive potential of this weapon will then make it suitable for the most important task you will ever undertake, the neutralization of the Sumatra, the Ur-Quan's nearly invincible battle platform. You are fully prepared.
Oh, okay. I am done.
There is every chance that you will be able to destroy.
I forget, did we get the Sumatra backstory when we talked to them before?
The Ur-Quan and the Core. We will now fit the precursor weapon and our own crystal amplification system to your vessel by routing a portion of your flagship's fusion power through the weapon's ignition chamber. Its destructive force will be multiplied by a large factor. Your vessel will be totally annihilated.
Okay. So yeah, I think the Melnor tell you a slightly more that the Xerzov found, or the Ur-Quan. Yeah, no, the Xerzov found it during the doctrinal conflict on one of their scouting missions, and it's how they won.
No. Because your flagship will be substantially weakened by our modifications, you may require additional combat vehicles for protection, so that you can approach close enough to the Sumatra to detonate the weapon. We will provide you with the designs for our new Avatar-class fighting ships. In competent hands, these ships are a match for both the Ur-Quan and Core vessels.
The Chmer Avatar is basically intended to be the best ship in the game, other than a fully set up flagship.
For your vessel's modification is roughly 2 weeks hence, so that you and your human companions may make any necessary preparations at your starbase. We will now transport you and your crew back to Earth immediately.
It would really suck
Captain.
if that 2-week gap was enough to put you over the time limit.
I hope the battle fares well, Captain. Before we proceed, I wanted you to know we've made a formal alliance with the Shimmer. Their ships can now be built in our shipyards. Also, in the 2 weeks that have passed since the Shimmer began to work on your vessel, they attached the Utwig bomb to your ship and have also put in place their own crystalline amplification devices to boost dramatically the power of the weapon. This work is now complete and your flagship is ready for whatever final modifications you desire. The Shimmer technicians wanted me to explain to you that the bomb and its crystal power boosters are fragile and cannot be moved from their positions at the back of your vehicle. Now I have some bad news and some good news. The Shimmer had to remove all your main modules, weapons, crew pods, and the whole lot, including your emergency warp escape unit, so pick your engagements carefully, Captain. In addition, their equipment now fills the rear 10 slots, leaving you only 6 for your own modules. But here's the good news. The Shimmer have provided us with an unbelievable wealth of minerals and other resources. We no longer have limits on what we can build for your flagship or your fleet.
Okay.
We're all
This is it,
depending on you.
folks.
Goodbye and good luck.
Let's start with fuel, crew, point defense, Shiva furnace, crew. I think that's the best we're going to be able to do. Yeah, you had mentioned that before. That really sucks to get that close to the end and then not be able to finish. Alright, let's do... I really like the look of the avatar. Oops. And I'm also amused by given its powers, by the fact that the Ur-Quan Jugger is visibly a transistor. No, not a transistor. Capacitor. The Ur-Quan are better against the Korra than the Shmur are, but I'm tired, and Shmur are easier to fly, so I'm gonna go with a little more Shmur. I'll still try to do the Ur-Quan, but... Okay, yeah, that's a pretty bad place to be in. I never went back to the Siren. Oops. Let's go back to the Siren and get our alliance. It's kind of on the way. Okay, where am I going again? F. Where is F? F is there. And then I'll want C, which is there. So yeah, I totally forgot to do that. I hope I didn't forget anything else. Obviously, I didn't forget it. I forgot to get crew, is the other thing I forgot. Oh my god. Okay, well, let's visit the Siren, and then go back to Earth and get crew. Oops. Yeah, probably a good idea.
Success, Captain. The Mycon's fleet is in shambles. Justice is ours. We have revenged ourselves against the heinous Mycons. They fell for our trap so completely. When they approached Organon 1, we were hiding behind its moon. As they approached, their ships broke combat formation in preparation for their hideous implanting ceremony. We waited until they were fully dispersed around the planet. Then we attacked. The standard Mycon tactic would have been to speed out of orbit using a gravity whip maneuver. But the Pasha's refused to abandon their slow-moving deep children's spore pods. They remained in the gravity well, and we sliced them to ribbons. They must have lost a dozen ships to their own stupidity, running into their own...
The Siren were the other candidate for best ship against the Mycon in the first game.
In our own
because of the way the Mycon crew regeneration ability lines up against their crew stealing ability.
We give you our starship officers and penetrator design.
Now I have an alliance with the Siren.
Our ships to your fleet. I expect I'm going to be pretty busy for the next few months, overseeing repairs to our fleet of penetrator starships and preparing some kind of defensive system for this starbase. If and when the Ur-Quan return here, we want to have a little surprise ready for them. Captain, the next step is to pull down the slave shield from our planet.
Well, the Chmer are able to do that from the inside.
The only people who could do that are the Chengesi. As far as I know, they are under...
Oh yeah, and also never went back to the Utwig and got the story of them.
I'm just dodging the real issue, Captain. Your agenda really has only one item. Destroy the Ur-Quan hierarchy. How to do that?
But...
I'm not sure. But I know you can't...
do I want to do that?
That amazing ship of yours.
That'd take like 10-15 minutes. And it is really late. No, I'm just gonna tell you. The Utwig start the story of their history talking about something called a chimpt emerging from the bog and extending tendrils into the sky. And then the sky canopy, whatever that is, fell. And that's what inspired their whole mask obsession, was seeing the sky unmasked. A lot of people have combined that with the fact that the Utwig homeworld is called Faz. It's spelled slightly differently, but so is Melnorm versus Maelnum. And so a lot of people have concluded from that that the Utwig are the Faz. And that since that was the very first slave shield... Oh, they did? Okay, then. Yeah, since that was the very first slave shield, the idea is, oh, it turns out slave shields actually do collapse over time. It just takes a really long time. The only objection to that is that somebody, either the Melnorm or the Araloo, state that one milieu race lived in this region. And that's the Taelo. But it's still an interesting idea.
Not a great deal, Captain. You seem to be the biggest source of excitement around here. I've had requests from just about every officer under my command to be transferred to your Earth starbase to serve under you. If I wasn't running this starbase, I'd be first in line. Goodbye, my human.
Aww. Anyway, yeah, as you can see, dividing my attention between three different things, talking to y'all, the game, and the chat, has indeed damaged my ability to pay attention to the game and remember things. Probably doesn't also help that I didn't sleep a ton last night and it's quite late. But I am going to beat this tonight. We are very, very near. No, not serious. So.
Hello,
Oh wait, I don't need anything from you ever again. I also don't need that. I need this. The Yehat are indeed still in civil war. That is not alterable once you start it. There's nothing I can do. Basically, there is no further interaction with them that does anything, other than getting me some of their ships. Alright. Wait, no. I think that's the one I want. Let me double check. Yep. No, the Civil War does not time out. Oof, we are cutting it close on beating the game before the Gratuitous and Ilroth wipe each other out. Actually, I don't remember if the, because we sent the Gratuitous against the Korra before sending the Ilroth after them, I think they don't. Yeah, we don't technically need to. Alright. Save.
I sense the presence of my ancient slaves. It is time, Captain. Oh, gosh, gee, I don't know. Let's just sit here and talk a while and ignore those thousands of dreadnoughts that are gonna cream us in a few seconds. I'm scared, Denari. What if it doesn't work? My species have waited 200 centuries for this moment, so stop blubbering. Let's get to work. Okay, now, whatever you do, once I've started, don't leave the star system. We've only got one chance at this. Let's make it good. Here I go.
Goodbye, mind-controlled Ur-Quan and Korra. Hello, Sumatra.
Sumatra, the symbol of Ur-Quan dominance. Your presence here is further violation of the slave laws, which your species have already violated so strangely. We cannot tolerate such insubordination. Your species' penalty shall be annihilation.
Let's do this thing.
Launch fighters.
Still got a few licks in. Alright, let's see if I'm awake enough to successfully pilot a Juggernaut. Apparently not. That's still the best ship to take them on with. Yeah, nope. The Avatar? It basically has a more powerful version of the Vux laser. It's also got a tracker beam. And orbiting satellites that have auto-fire point defense. It's a pretty sick ship. Okay. It is time. It is time for our oldest friend to finally join the fray. Don't die, Fuifo. Shit. Wrong weapon button. Nope. Just a little too far out of range. There we go.
Launch fighters. Launch fighters.
I can barely see the fighters because of the distance to the screen and the distance to the screen and the light in my eyes.
Launch fighters.
That's what I meant.
Launch fighters.
Nope, too far.
Launch fighters. Launch fighters. Launch fighters.
You can do it, Fuifo! Yeah, as I believe I mentioned, the grand irony is that the most cowardly species in the game have one of the best ships against the Ur-Quan. Despite having surrendered to them without a fight. They are, however, utterly helpless against the Korra. So oh god, oh god, oh god, don't kill him! And that's it. That's what was left of the Sumatra Defense Fleet.
Greetings, human friends. We know you're about to be attacking the Sumatra and probably don't like being interrupted, but we have important news. The rebellion is won. We are victorious. We have pulled the
You were asking about the rebellion?
and her cronies from the high perch.
No, it doesn't time out.
We have found a new queen. A queen who will unite the clans in peace and harmony as never before. You will never guess who it is, Captain. A big gunk, yes!
And that's why I hurried to start the rebellion before they wiped out the Pakunk.
Now providing us with insights into ourselves we never dreamed of. We only thought we were being happy birds of prey. We were fooling ourselves. Our new queen's name is Breaky Gardira First, and her first command was to rush here and bring you these ships, Yehat Terminators and Pakunk Furies. No, Captain, together we can attack the Sumatra.
And guess what the best ship in the game for fighting the Sumatra is? The Pakunk.
Okay, human. You made it past the Sumatra's guards, and now you can attack the vessel itself. So listen closely. The Sumatra is protected by a thick shell of fused asteroids, reinforced with a weak stasis field. You'll never break through that. The only opening through the asteroid shield is covered with a powerful force screen. One touch of that screen, you're history, Captain. To destroy the Sumatra, you'll have to destroy the shield generators embedded in the asteroid shell. To drop the force screen, you'll have to destroy all 8 of them. When the screen is down, bring in your flagship, move into the asteroid shell, and then press the big red button on your controls. That starts the detonation sequence. Your escape pod will eject automatically. Just hope you're far enough away before that ship blows. Okay, human, this is it. The last battle. Your final moment of triumph. Don't screw up. In case you're wondering, I'm not going with you, Captain. I'm staying on board. Why, you ask? Because I'm locked in here, you idiot. Get me out. Help, help.
However, I'm actually going to start with a Chmur ship because it takes the Sumatra a little time to get up to full threat. And before it does, if you move quickly, the Chmur can do some real damage. Yep. And there's... Okay. Let's do this thing.
Baby,
Damn.
jerk, wimp, twit, idiot, moron. Idiot, worm, wimp, twit.
I don't think I've ever flown a Pekunk ship before, or fought one. So, yeah. Their primary power is a 3-directional strafing attack. And their secondary is gathering psychic energy to recharge their batteries by insulting the enemy.
Loser, dodo, fool, loser.
They're also the only ship in the game that can reliably outrun the Sumatra's attacks.
Stupid, worm, twit, wimp, loser, dodo. Moron, worm, twit, jerk, dummy, worm.
Fuck. Ah, I was hoping it would reincarnate. To make up for the fact that they don't have a secondary weapon, they sometimes randomly come back from the dead. It's pretty funny.
Idiot, loser, fool, dodo, idiot, dummy. Baby, dodo, moron, jerk, dummy, wimp. Twit, baby. Twit, loser, fool, baby, idiot, baby. Idiot, dodo, worm, jerk, worm, wimp, fool.
Fuck. Fuck!
Stupid, dodo, fool, stupid, twit, dummy.
Oh, thank God. Almost literally.
Wimp, stupid, twit, moron, twit, wimp. Idiot, dodo, fool, baby, jerk, stupid, loser, stupid, worm.
Yeah.
Baby, loser, dodo, worm, dummy. Loser, moron.
And by
idiot,
fewer, I
wimp,
apparently mean more.
dummy, moron, dodo, fool, idiot, stupid, fool, wimp, baby.
One left.
Worm, moron, fool.
And then comes the hardest part of the fight.
Moron, fool, wimp, stupid, twit, stupid. Worm, dummy, moron, fool, dodo, jerk.
Damn.
Stupid, moron, twist, stupid, moron, stupid. Fool,
Yes.
idiot, dummy. Stupid, worm, fool, wimp.
Come on. Come on. Come on. That's it. When I awoke, there was an angel floating above me. I knew I was dead. But if one has to die, I thought to myself, this was definitely the right way to be dead. That was about the time I heard Talana's voice, telling me to stop babbling and listen for a moment. She told me that the escape pod had almost been torn in half. I had been unconscious for over 3 weeks, but my crew and I had succeeded in our mission. The force of the explosion, amplified by the Chmer crystals, had been sufficient to vaporize the Samatra. And following the destruction of the Samatra battle platform, the fleets of the Ur-Quan and Korra had fallen into chaos, and had been vanquished by Chmer forces and allied starships. Then Talana told me to sit up. She said there was something she thought I'd like to see. I pulled myself up and looked around. I was in sickbay of the looking out over Earth. Beneath me throbbed the sick red glow of the Ur-Quan slave shield. Talana smiled and said that for the past few days, the Chmer had been working on lowering the shield, and that it should be neutralized right about now. With a flare of incandescent light, the slave shield vanished. And for the first time in my life, I saw the true colors of Earth. Blues and greens in 1,000 different shades. As we watched, we could see the first signs of ships coming up from Earth. They lifted from the planet's surface to join us in space. The destiny of mankind had been delayed for over 20 years. But now our world was free and nothing could stop us. I stayed in that hospital for almost a month. But that day, I watched the shield fall and beautiful Talana stood at my side. I'll never forget that day, not for the rest of my life. Did the stream quality just plummet for everyone else? But grandfather, then what happened? Yeah, how did you get home? How long did it take before you and Grandma finally got married? It's back now. Oh, well, we intended to come right home. We got a little sidetracked. Talana and I didn't make it back here to Unserwald until almost 5 years later. And presumably adopted kids, because those don't look like they have any siren in them. But grandfather, what happened? Where did you go? And how did you find the Mark II? That, my children, is an entirely different story. That will never be told, even in the shitty sequels. Thank you for playing the Ur-Quan Masters. This game has been brought to you by Frungi, the Sport of Kings. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Frungi had nothing to do with it. This game was about war, slavery, intolerance, heroism, justice, and the inevitable triumph of good over evil. Are you crazy? The developers got millions in Frungi endorsements. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. Did not. Did too. Did not. Did too. So you probably thought I was dead, didn't you? Well, I'm not. I got away from the ship at the last second. And now I'm really gonna cause some trouble. In fact, that's what the sequel is going to be about. Yeah, that's the ticket. Me and my exciting adventures as I conquer the galaxy for the greater glory of me. It will have action. It will have drama. It will have gratuitous alien sex scenes. We already had that. It's gonna be great. By the way, none of this is voiced because this was all removed in the 3DO version for some reason. Happy campers are the best. It is happy. Hold it, I'm getting sick of this stupid dialogue. Who wrote this stuff, a 5-year-old? Okay, I'll try it again. Sigh. Happy campers are the best. It is good to smell you again.
Hello again, heroic humanoid.
But of course, since they re-recorded their dialogue,
everything has been wonderful. Just perfect. Within just 2 days, our factories will begin churning out appropriate facial appliances. And I have already picked out my first mask. The domino of unrivaled merriment. Yes, we are all ecstatic. Even the High Proctor gambles as she performs the exultant caper of revelation. Look how she leaps with the Ur-Quan held high. How she twists, how she twirls, how she slips and tosses the Ur-Quan into the air. Oh no!
I am furious and ready to kill. Throughout this entire game, I've done nothing but bluster and threaten. I've had no opportunity to show my true skills as an actor, my depth and range. No one knows my sensitivity, my gentle inner being. What if from now on I'm typecast as a heavy? Now Spielberg may never call me. Ooh, I'm glad that's all over. That was tough playing second banana to the Udwig. Now I'm hungry, but I'm sick and tired of sunlight, sunlight, sunlight. I want some real food. Like a hamburger or a steak. Better yet, how about a dog? That's a weird one. In case you were wondering about me, don't worry, I'm doing fine. In fact, I just talked with the designers and they have assured me that the sequel will be all about me. Isn't that great? They said they wanted to move away from the warrior mythos and expand more into the healer cycle. This may be my big chance. The only thing I'm not sure about is the new costume they want me to wear. They said this one would be really revealing. I'm not doing the voice. I refuse. Absolutely 100% will not do the voice for this one. Everything about the show Fixty is terrible and needs complete rewrite. Except their appearance, they are cute. Ah, final parting with our favorite seeker of enlightenment. How sad. But wait, this doesn't have to be the end. We have established a conduit from the realms of our harmonic awareness directly to you. You can use this channel to ask us questions about your past lives or your future destiny. Just call 1-900-PEKUNKRA. That's 1-900-PEKUNKRA, 24 hours a day. Only $2 per minute. Children under 18 must have parental permission before calling. That's probably my favorite of these. Though some of the others are pretty good too. So I suppose you're wondering what I'm doing at this— oh god, my Scottish accent is terrible. At this control console. Well, I guess I can tell you now. I'm writing a screenplay. It's an existential thriller. Kind of a cross between a Woody Allen Angstfest mixed with some of Tobe Hooper's best work. I'm not sure who Tobe Hooper is. But actually, this is just my way of getting my wing in the door. You see, what I really want to do is direct. I hope you know that contract negotiations are going to be very rough. For my role in the sequel, yes, rough indeed. To begin with, I want 10% of the royalties, creative control over my dialogue, and a fat cut of the toy licenses. What? What did you say? The sequel is going to be all about me? How wonderful! What an honor! What a great chance to move up the ladder towards... producer. Forget everything I said about license fees. It's an honor just to work with you. The Druids really aren't very good businessmen. Blah, blah, blah. Mary had a little lamb. I like to hold fuzzy little animals and give them huggy wuggies. You are probably wondering why an Ur-Quan is saying such stupid things. Well, he isn't saying them. I am. That's right. Me, the little guy down in the corner. Since I've been stuck down here for this entire game, translating submit or die to about 100 different languages, I just thought to take this opportunity to express my feelings. You want to know what I think? I think this whole game would have been better if they'd done it as a musical. That's what I think, but the designers listen to me? No. That's another candidate for my favorite. There are not. Oh no, it's one of those ultra gross humans again. Quick, hide your eye. Oh, look at the pulpy red thing in its mouth. How it wriggles and writhes like a wet bloodworm. And plays over the hard white nubs that protrude from its head bone. I think I'm going to be sick. We are the Ur-Quan Korra, the followers of the path of now and forever. You are filth. We shall cleanse. You will be annihilated. Damn! Cut. Let's start over. Hey, Mr. Director, can you please think of some other word besides... Agnigilate. Oh, what's the use? I give up. That's another good one. Do you really believe Project Blue Book revealed everything the Army Air Corps knew? Do you know what really happened at Roswell, New Mexico in the late 1940s? Have you even heard about the Men in Black? Do you have any friends who have missing days? Do you sleep with your window unlocked? Be seeing you. And that's it. That was the Ur-Quan Masters, aka Star Control 2, aka one of my favorite games ever. Thank you all for watching along as I played. This was really fun. I'm gonna give the thing a minute to catch up before I say bye. But, bye. This piece of music sounds very Chrono Cross-ish. This part, not so much. Okay. I'm really glad you enjoyed it, Benny. I think that was, I don't know, the first or the second. Probably the second. That's the one that's still, actually by now it probably is uploaded. But yeah. Star Control 3 is garbage. It was a terrible, terrible game. The only good bits of dialogue were stolen from Star Control 2. The story was crap. The new aliens that appeared in it were nowhere near as good designs as the old ones. With a couple exceptions, I guess. And the art style was really bad. It was like this weird claymation thing that did not fit at all. It was a bad game. Also, some new gameplay elements that were really obnoxious. Like, they changed the way resources worked to be this whole, like, thing where you're depositing colonies, and then they generate resources over time that you have to go back and collect. It was a pain in the butt. It was just bad. Anyway, like I said, thank you all for watching, and, now that this is done, I will probably do 1 or 2 sessions to live stream Deltarune, and then I don't know what I'll do after that. We'll see if I've still got enough bandwidth to do more than one of these at a time anyway. Because of course I'm also continuing with Star Trek Online. Anyway, now for real, bye!